Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Marianne. Nice. What up, dude?
Orc, run! A Balrog has come! Kick him in the eye! You shall not fuck with me!
I guess I don't have to refresh everything anymore. That's cool. Not much. Well, that's good and or bad. You got your guitar already? Are you using a pick, or are you using your fingers like a real bassist? Good. Don't use a pick. Bass is meant to be played au naturel. Nah. That's what they want you to think. Obviously, there are certain sounds you can only get with a pick. I'm just fucking with you, but you should learn on your fingers first. Besides, you gotta build up those calluses. See now, don't you look a fool. I already told you I was fucking with you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. There we go. Need this shit a little brighter because I'm old. Tyrion, have you seen the high news so far? This man does not look at the photos that I post on Discord. This is insanity. So here we go. No, you're fine. I'm just fucking with you. At the backpack. Look at this freaking shield, dude. I'm in love with the colors on this shield. Even though it's just black, white, and gray. That right there, though. That right there is still my favorite part. Because it looks so vibrant. Red in all the thrusters. Just a little smidge of copper. And then we put some copper on the beam rifle too. I'm very happy with it. I'm actually a little disappointed, just a tad, that we're going to be doing a semi-gloss finish on it. Because it's so nice and shiny. But that's what Num Num wants, so that's what we're doing. Yeah, man. As soon as you're ready, whenever you're up for it. Sorry to take a break every now and again. Who doth dare? Oh. I doth dare. It's like a Discord notification. Who? Me. It was my going live notification.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Nice. Hey, what up, Shadow? I hope you don't mind I've been calling you Shadow lately for the sake of brevity. Obviously, if you don't like that, I'll stop.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
I'm on. Oh, okay, cool. Names just take so long these days. That's such a lazy thing to say. I don't know if I ever finished. I don't know if I ever clicked that button. Whatever. As much as I'm not a fan of advanced MS joint, like in general, I wish every part was as easy to clean up as these are. They don't even leave a nub mark. These lovely little forbidden sprinkles, because they're so big, need to go in the Tyrian cup. There we go. Ooh, ha, 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 ha. Yeah, the Tyrian cup right now houses all of my spoons and my forbidden sprinkles. So I decided yesterday, after doing this color test on this spoon, that red copper and flashy gold need to be on a build together. I just gotta figure out which one. Got some more painting done. Just one color left to do. Granted, that colors there's more parts to paint. Nice. Oh, those ends are exposed. How do I want to do this? Also, these are going to be a pain in the ass.
You're
Yo.
both sick in the head! Once I figure out how to transform back, you're...
Are you gonna eat that?
No, I'm not. I'm not that hungry.
What up, Num Num? I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to clip these. Maybe like that. Wait, are these? These are fully encased, right?
Hold up. Let me.
Monkey's here.
One. No, that's not the right one. No, that's also not right. Definitely not right. I don't know. My scenes are broken other than this one, I guess.
I don't think those need to be painted, do they? Oh, I guess technically not, although you will see this part of it here, and you will see the hinges. I suppose if you don't need them painted, they don't need to be, but I was just trying to figure out what color they should be. They are going to be a pain in the ass, though, because I have to paint them and then paint the hinges again. well, less a pain in the ass and more of tedium. But these whole bits are fully enclosed, so I can just do this. But I was thinking, I don't really think it's super necessary to like, if you look at them, they're color separated. The hinges are gray and the rest of it's black. I don't necessarily think it's like important to do that. So I was thinking either black or phantom gray. Just for the whole piece. They could also be tungsten steel, because technically they are inner frame. And there otherwise won't be any tungsten on them. Because they're going to be white, black, and gray. And honestly, after... just tungsten, yeah, we could do that. Honestly, after the...
must make sure that you do not appear here again. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
I need to find a better place for the gun, because I keep dropping it. After the shield came out like this, I'm honestly thinking that the funnels are going to look amazing. Also, question that I meant to ask before, because I think we've discussed it, but I don't really remember. How light or heavy do you want to go with decals? Because we have that whole sheet to play with, but I don't know if you want it to go like really heavy on it like I did with the wing, or if you wanted to go more subtle or like middle of the road. Like, we got 2 sheets of decals in here, I think. Yeah, we got 2 sheets of decals. There's a lot of decals. Yeah. Well, there goes that piece of the packaging. These are all the warning labels and the propellant tanks and everything like that. And these are like the main body. And like the Amuro logo and yeah. Yeah, you've got options. So, I mean, I could spend like another couple of weeks just on decals, honestly, if you wanted to go super, super heavy. Yeah, I don't know how much you paid for these, but value indeed. It really is. Like, the wing was definitely the most water slides I've ever put on a model. But this could outshine that very easily if we really tried to. Oh. Let's see. So every single step, it looks like it's not a lot, but every single step has to be done 6 times. Nice. So we got A, we're gonna need that. We need F, C, and E. Question? Because there are 6 fin funnels. So it says X6, X6, X6. So these that I just cut out are the inner working of each fin funnel. A lot of people that build the new and the high new build the funnels first because it's a lot. It is. It is definitely. Keep getting mustache hairs in my mouth. It is definitely a lot. But that's also because there's a lot of detail in the funnels. Because they're one of the defining features of this Gundam. Cut out that final back of the hand before I forget again. Because honestly, once I get to the finish line of this build, if I look back and I've forgotten anything or left anything aside from the bazooka that we're not building, I'm gonna be fucking angry. At myself, but angry. So H and H2 we're going to need. So I will put those off to the side here. C and C2 we're going to need immediately. Did I say F? Yeah, I did say F. F and E, which I'm pretty sure E is just funnels. Yeah, this whole sprue is untouched so far. What's up, Angered? Over and over and over and over and over. Yeah, I was just explaining to Monkey, who's not seen the process for fin funnels before, that every single... This is like very small amount of steps, but they all need to be done 6 times. Luckily, as someone who's... They're going to be rough when you do them on the PGU. Honestly, I think it's going to be the easiest time anyone's ever had on fin funnels, because they're going to be so big. But yeah, I was going to say, luckily, I'm already initiated fully when it comes to real grade fin funnels, since I've already built the regular new. And while these funnels are definitely a higher part count, don't really expect anything else about them to be much different. Yeah, that's true. They are going to have a lot of pieces. So I heard that the PGU new is over 2,400 pieces. So, if I ever get one, which I probably won't, I don't think I'm going to be painting it unless somehow I land it as a commission, which I doubt it. I don't think I know anyone who's got enough money to pay me to do that. And also, it would probably take at least a year to do. Both the RG that you're doing now and the MG for cost. Fin funnels are no stranger. Yeah. Did you have issues with your funnels on the Master Grade Verka? I've heard from many people that they can be unfriendly. So I've heard a lot of people say that they had trouble keeping the fin funnels connected to each other. Like they don't seem to want to stay in place, or they fall apart easily. I have that kit. I actually have the Verka Sazabi and new above my head on my top shelf here. I just haven't built them yet because they're going to be really big projects. And I want to make sure that I'm up to the challenge before I tackle them. Yours weren't bad? Well, that's good. Honestly, it's hard to know for sure. Just going by people on the internet. Only because, like, some people will complain about everything. Ah, that's what I thought. Unused parts from the new Gundam. I think those are the only unused parts in the entire kit. Yeah, it seems like they are. Because I was looking at this, and I was looking at these, and I'm like, these are definitely this, but they're not it. And it's because they're a different shape. Interesting. Building Mingjiang Legend Sunday Hobby Zhao Yaozi at the moment. I have no idea what that is. It's a mouthful. Man, if you ever need... Yeah, sure, that'd be fine. If you ever need a good pair of nippers to cut through the thicker plastic, the Tamiya side nippers are some of the best that I've used. They just cut through everything, and they don't give a fuck. Definitely not finishing nippers, though, because they're double-bladed. Oh. The Nemesis? Why did that say... Why did the link say Nemesis? Is that... That's not the Nemesis. What the fuck? Yeah, it says, even when you go to... It doesn't, like, redirect anything. It says Infinite Dimension 1/100 Nemesis. I wonder if they just updated the page with this kit, and it used to be the page for the Nemesis, and they just never fixed the link. This looks like a complicated kit. Yeah. Oh, the big gourd jug? That's cool. Oh, yeah, I saw... I'm pretty sure I saw you posted a picture of the base that this comes with. Is this closer to a 1/100 scale? It is, okay. I was gonna say, looking at it, it was either gonna be 1/100 or larger. I like the clear parts. And the swords are cool. Oh, I like the blue effect parts for the thin swords. Oh wow, it even comes with a backdrop. That's cool. That's interesting. I've seen that kit before, but I didn't know what it was called. Only have the head done so far. Honestly, I still haven't done the head on the high new. Nom Nom wanted the head to be done last as the finishing touch of the build. Thank you. I love the shield. And the funnels are going to have the same color scheme as the shield. Yeah, honestly, it's come out so much better than I thought it would. I'm going to be so very sad when it comes time to ship it off to its home. But it's okay, because I also have my own that hasn't been built yet. Although, Don't know when I'm actually going to get to build it. Nothing wrong with that. Those display markers are really nice. I'm actually going to be using those on this build. I'm going to be using the fluorescent ones for the head, cameras, and the eyes. So that they're UV reactive. Because honestly, the fluorescent markers that they have are pretty nice. I know a couple of people have said that they're like pretty hit or miss, but at the very least, I know that the green one is super nice. Yeah, so I've showed this off a few times, and honestly, I never get tired of it. For the Shining Gundam. Chest part, not very reactive for some reason. But the eyes and the head camera light up so nice. And this, I actually didn't paint the hand because it came this reactive. I also need to get my hands on some of that steady panel liner. Right? It's honestly as bright as the LED in my Zagok. Why am I using this hobby knife? This one has the sharper blade. Gonna go to bed early? Well, you have yourself an excellent sleep. And I'm sure I'll probably see you tomorrow. It's so hard to see where the nubs are, where the nub marks are on white parts after I do the snip with the god hands. Yes, you will see me tomorrow. Well, you have a good sleep, and I'll see you then. This kit I'm building has a nice metal frame. Ooh. I haven't built a kit with a metal frame yet.
Let me play with it!
No, Patrick!
Fighter pilot!
Coco.
Dive bomb!
Patrick!
And there comes a giant fish!
Patrick, no!
This is Alpha Team. Looks like we have a slowly approaching bear. The bears will be in eventually. Scratch that, bear will arrive sooner than thought. Oh shit, bear is approaching at alarming speeds. Bear is go fast, losing track of bear. Bear has reached Mach 1. I repeat, Mach 1. We have lost visual on bear. Oh no!
What up, dude? Yes, I know. I've been slacking very, very hard on Wordle. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting about it. But I did today's. And I got the same score as you. We both got beat, though. This takes up the entire inside, right? Yep, sure does. That's good. That means I can just clip this. But not with one of these. I need one of the toothy ones. Miss Froyo. I haven't had any of that in quite a long time. Although there is a pink berry in the mall. I think when I go to source the real grade Sazabi for my next commission, I might swing by there, because I'm going to try and see if I can get it at the mall. I mean, if I have to order it online, I have to order it online, but I'd rather not wait, you know? Oh, I forgot to alligator clip these. What flavor did you get? Are you streaming, Coco? I haven't seen you online in a while. So I'm guessing probably not, but if you're not super busy, I'm gonna be hanging out in my Discord tonight. You have something to whinge about? One sec, I need my slippers. Are you looking to whinge about it over voice, Emma? Hi, Coco.
Hello.
What up, dude?
Chillin'. Just somebody streaming, I guess.
I am in the voice channel. You just can't see me. So if you would like to be in there with us, there you go. Hi.
Hello there. Yes, I mean, I was gonna whinge either way, but yes. My dungeon master was doing an update of his Mac OS because he's a Mac user, and it decided to blue screen on him during the updating process.
Oh, well, that's fucked.
Yes. He's reinstalling macOS Tahoe at the moment, but he doesn't know which of his non-backed up files were destroyed because he expects that a lot of stuff was destroyed in the process. And until then, the current D&D campaign is on hold because he will then have to redo or reacquire the files.
But apples are so perfect in every way. How could this have happened?
Apple, I mean, just as I said, just as I said earlier in the D&D server, same shit, different anus.
Just realized the clear parts in this kit are
making-
UV reactive. Hoo-hoo. There's a lot of clear parts on there.
Apple is making macOS and iOS updates with AI just as much. They're just given a slight bit of a shit about whether it actually works. Their quality control is it's not 0, it's 0 times 2, which still comes down to 0.
I mean, I used to like Apple back in the day. I had a MacBook Pro, I had an iPhone.
I used to as well.
But these days, Apple only cares about quality control as much as they need to placate the shareholders.
Indeed. More than that, though, I have cared only about Apple until school actually. At that point, still made me acquire an open source software because the teacher really badly did not want a Microsoft Word file. Yes, a Microsoft Word file because my mother was using Word on a Mac because work at that time.
I mean, they don't
At
have
work, she
anything
was
better,
using-
so that's fine.
It's just because she had a copy of Microsoft Word 2009 and a copy on a disk. So, you know, because of work, she had it. She nicked it from there when they didn't need it anymore.
Honestly, as far as Microsoft Office is concerned, the older the better.
Yeah, that is true. Although we're not using Microsoft Office, even the 2009 version at home anymore. Neither are we using Apple software. We're actually using that specific software that I was supposed to get in school. My mother is using it too, and she learned her business on a typewriter. We're using it because it's better. I'm talking about LibreOffice, the open source software.
Ah, Libra. Yeah, I use OpenOffice.
Yeah, I was supposed to get Libre. I do actually need Libre for work now as well because every now and so often my upper management will get me files, in spreadsheets in file formats, which I don't fucking know where they get those formats from. Not a single idea. It's probably some proprietary format that is being spat out by a game development software specifically. It's some format that Microsoft Office doesn't recognize, OpenOffice doesn't recognize, and on Mac it didn't open either. LibreOffice gave it the Gluck 9000 though, and just ate it up.
Weird.
So yeah, I'm using that one. Open source software. Hey, if one person in the world gets sufficiently pissed off about a feature not being included, you bet it's gonna be within a year in the open source. Pettiness and spite are what creates these softwares. It's what fuels them. It's what runs them. And that's
Honestly,
what makes them good.
It's probably the best motivation.
Yep. Unless you're looking at the Skaven, they also literally run on spite.
My wife runs on pettiness.
Dude, mine too.
Yeah, I feel I think I'm familiar with that concept. I wouldn't have gotten through school without some weaponized autism and malicious pettiness.
Since you used the word malicious, you know what my favorite way to get by is? Malicious compliance.
I would have used that too.
Hey,
but
Garma,
malicious
do you read me?
compliance
Blame
Present.
this on the
would
misfortune
me
of your
not
birth.
going through
What?
school successfully, so no compliance here.
Shar, you double-crossed me, Shar!
Oh my god, I will never get tired of that.
r/malicious compliance is one of my favorite subreddits.
Mm. Yeah.
Which one?
r/malicious compliance.
Oh, I didn't even know that there was a malicious compliance subreddit. That's awesome.
There's a subreddit for everything.
So good.
Almost everything.
Fair enough. If it has to be deleted off Reddit, it gets deleted off Reddit. Otherwise, it's there.
There's a lot of conversations that happen in the gunpla subreddit where somebody will say something, somebody will tag a subreddit and go, huh, I thought for sure that would be one.
There's a subreddit about that.
I'm sure there
Subreddit
is.
for, I thought that was a subreddit.
Well,
There's
subs that I fell for, subs that I thought I'd fall for.
Yep, those are the ones I was just about to mention. Hope the build is going well. So far, so good. Let me show you the progress. So we're working on the fin funnels now. As of last night, we got the backpack and the shield completed, as well as the beam rifle. And honestly, I know I've said this a few times, and I said it earlier today, but I'll say it again. I'm gonna be sad when I need to ship this off.
That's really cool.
I'm gonna be doing an orange and black real grade Sazabi next
Ooh, that's cool.
for a different client. But when I talk to them about the build, if they decide that they want super high gloss, which is pretty common on Sazabi, I'll be doing a high grade before I tackle that, so that I can test out these. They are Display branded polishing compound. I have the 2000 and the 4000 grit. There's also a 6000 and a 10,000 grit. I convinced my local hobby shop to get those because I've been looking for the Tamiya polishing compound for a really long time, and apparently it's next to impossible for retailers to get it in the United States for some reason, or at least that's true with mine, because their distributor cannot get it through customs. But the display one, yeah.
Wait, this is about sandpaper?
No, polishing compound.
Why can it? Oh, why?
I don't know.
I don't understand. It's sandpaper in liquid form. Why can it not go through customs?
Don't know. But apparently it's only an issue for the Tamiya one because the Tamiya one is coming from Japan, and the Despay one is coming from China, and that got here just fine.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Because Despay's I'm pretty sure they're a Chinese company. I don't think they're Korean, I think they're Chinese. Which is why all of their products are so easily available on AliExpress.
But nowhere else.
No, you can get them other places.
Like Temu?
I wouldn't know. They steal people's information, so I don't use them. I'm pretty sure New Type carries them. Let me see what has it. USA Gundam Store carries them. Oh, they're cheap on USAGS, actually. I could probably... Damn, they're like... half... Wait. Seriously? They're half the price that I spent at my hobby shop.
Yeah, your hobby shop's gotta make profit.
Okay, I'm probably gonna order the 6 and the 10, but I convinced the guy that runs the hobby shop. He's been doing it. He's been running that shop for longer than I've been alive. Lately, I think because he's getting a little older, he's been taking sort of a back seat, and I haven't actually seen him in the shop in a while. So his son has been running it for the most part, and he
Yes.
seriously, Seamus, or are you putting like a copy pasta in the chat? Because that's insane.
I hope it's al dente copy pasta.
Seriously? Holy shit.
God fucking damn it, man.
Oh, Jesus.
That's all I got for that.
If it's pictures I want to see,
Oh.
I love
No, I don't think
terrible
so.
pictures like that. I'm sorry that it happened to you, but
I mean, they don't really look all that bad in the photos. I'm sure that it's way worse than what it looks like in those photos. I can definitely see that those are blisters that have been scraped away. I'm sorry, dude. That's really shitty.
that sounds awful.
Damn. And what was I saying?
Something
I
about
don't know, personally.
Tamiya sanding compound?
You're talking
Was
about
it-
ordering it from somewhere else because it was.
Oh,
Or
right. I
it's
was talking
like
about...
from north.
You're in triage right now? Jesus Christ. I hope they can fix it, dude. like without some like serious damage. I was saying, that's right. I was saying about my hobby shop, my local one. With some of my direction, he has vastly expanded the amount of gunpla they're carrying. To the point where I'm finding much better stuff there than I used to. And then I convinced him to get the display polishing compound because he realized that he could easily get it through his supplier. And then I went there the other day and I asked about it, and he said, "Oh, it's right here, and you better get it now because this is all that's left, and I can't get any more for a while." Because apparently everything that he got nearly instantly sold out. Logico, what's up? Have you finished the Gundam for the funnels yet? So, the Gundam itself is done except for the head. We're doing the head last. Weewa. Wow, weewa. Oh, if only I could afford that. Hey, what's up, Cosmic? Thank you for the lurk, buddy. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll get an update soon. For Seamus. Because they're probably going to have some work to do to fix that. That's really shitty. Also, multi-chat, why are you playing Twitch chat? You're only supposed to be playing YouTube chat. Not that there is any right now, but I don't need 2 Twitch chats playing on my screen. Ulo, I charge a lot less than you might think. Just in case you ever do want something like this. Different countries, different money values. That is a very good point. So, woof, international shipping.
Yeah, that's the part you can't afford. Is the
What is going on with my hands today?
their hands.
My hands.
I know their hands. What about them?
I just, like, within a minute, dropped my nippers twice. Jochi! What's up, friendo? How you doing? I've been watching you play Warframe. lately. Like a lot. Drink water.
How about monster instead?
I have
It goes.
gorilla energy.
What is gorilla energy?
Just another brand. Not the best one, but it's watermelon melon flavor.
Watermelon melon flavor.
Yep. So watermelon and also other melons.
I like to put melon with my melon on my melon, so we gave you melon, dog.
Yeah, I think it's mostly cantaloupe because it's got pictures of watermelons and cantaloupes on the packaging.
I got 2 new flavors of monster to try.
Just chilling after organizing my shelf. Might be getting back into building soonish. Why did you stop? Did you just need a break? Or are you trying to avoid the ever-present threat of burnout? Or did you run out of room?
No.
Burnout, yeah.
Dead.
It happens.
Oh, I'm just. Also, by the way, I'm just a butthead, so don't take what I say at face value.
I didn't hear what you said that I'm not supposed to be taking at face value.
I said burnout, schmurnout.
Oh.
Just go until you drop dead.
No, it's actually called Burnout Paradise. Is the name of the game, Coco?
I do love me some Burnout Paradise.
I
Not gonna lie.
don't know anyone who doesn't, except for maybe people that haven't played it. Also, some stuff came up. Also valid.
Stuff. Was it stuff in accordance with things or things in accordance with stuff?
Well, you rest assured, although I am enjoying watching you play Warframe, when you start building again, I will be absolutely watching that.
Any more bullshit drift? Stop giving me drift.
What are you doing, Coco?
Playing this game called Young Sons. Game preview. It's okay.
Young Sons.
Oh, about games. I am actually looking forward to a game that's supposed to come out somewhere later this year.
Which one's that?
It's called Iron Nest. It's a bit of
Iron
a
Nest.
simulator because you're commanding not just commanding but a massive artillery walker, but you're also controlling the turret on top with its gigantic battleship cannons.
Sounds fun.
Neat.
Yes, it's they cite PvK and PvKK as an inspiration. Unfortunately, PvKK had been delayed, so as far as I heard, so Iron Nest is currently the big thing about that type of simulator.
Got it.
Because Iron Nest is supposed to come out this year.
Never heard of either of those, but this sounds like fun.
PvKK or Planetenverteidigungskanonenkommandant. You are literally controlling and commanding an orbital defense cannon.
Oh, okay.
And you're also operating and firing it naturally.
You love me some orbital lasers, if it's a laser.
It's not a laser.
Damn.
That is the good part. It's not a laser. It's a ballistic cannon. The big boomstick.
Like a space railgun?
No, not even a space railgun. It's not a railgun. It is just the Schwerer Gustav as a space cannon. It's just a normal ballistic cannon, but big, shooting at spaceships. And this one's the Iron Nest is that, but smaller, where the map is supposed to be actually your main way of viewing the outside world, because you can't see the outside world. The radio, and not just the radio, it's also the map, because the map you get a new set of maps every time you fire. Because you've made a crater, and that crater where previously some landscape feature was, and now you need a new map because of that.
Hilarious.
Yes, on the Steam page, it says you have 3 different types of ammunition: smoke, big fireworks, and phosgene.
What's the third one?
I was expecting your history to come in.
I didn't hear the word.
Phosgene.
Be back in a minute.
Phosgene?
Yes, phosgene. It's an actual chemical compound.
It's not one that I'm familiar with.
Yes, because nobody wants you to be familiar with it.
Oh, that's fair.
Unless you're familiar with history.
I mean, I'm familiar with some
phosgene
history.
is a nerve gas developed late World War One, and it was mainly used by the Nazis to do the Holocaust. So yes, you're firing gas shells. It's on the Steam page.
So, unfortunately, a lot of World War One and Two and U.S. history is heavily censored in certain areas of our public schools. So it's very possible that my area didn't even learn about that particular gas.
You wouldn't learn about it here either, about the specific name of the gas. When you go to Auschwitz and visit the memorial, you learn about it because they have empty canisters there, and it just literally says the name on the tin. Quite literally, it has the name on the tin. It does what it says on the tin.
I mean, also, literally. You guys are kind of really big about just not bringing it up because it sucks.
Yeah, of course it sucks, but we need to bring it up. That's part of education. Yes.
Oh, I mean outside of education.
Yeah, it fucking blows. Not something we can get around, though. It is part of our history, and you know that old tale of those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
I mean, we got it. To be fair, I did not go to Auschwitz because the vice principal, or whatever you call that in the US.
We have vice principals.
Yeah, okay, vice principal. Because the vice principal of our school judged me specifically because I had a personal spat with him and the principal. Judged me specifically to not
you
be
do.
mentally capable of going to Auschwitz. I don't know for what reason he judged me, whether I couldn't take it in or couldn't behave properly there, I don't know.
Were you
We
a
did go to-
troublemaker?
Yes. A heavy trouble. I was a heavy troublemaker. I was a heavy troublemaker because I asked too many questions and had too many thoughts.
Ah.
In short, I was too intelligent. I'm cursed with the curse of smart. Smart person with disability does not belong on a public school. Smart person with disability wanted to go to a public school to be able to have the education to eventually possibly go to university. And I fucking bit some bricks to get that certificate. It's not the best in the world, it's pretty middle of the road, honestly. But I achieved it, and it is a fat middle finger to that guy. So I'm happy with it.
That's the spirit. Fuck 'em.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean...
I wish I had a degree, but my school got shut down for fraud.
Bruh. Oh, I think you said something about that.
Yeah, I went to school for graphic design, and
Oh yeah, you talked about that.
it didn't work out because some of the faculty were most likely paid to do such a poor job that their students couldn't graduate their classes, like couldn't pass their classes, because some of the things that they had on the curriculum were absolutely unreasonable
Unreasonably hard?
Impossible. The example that I like to give is my typography class that I failed 3 times. One of the assignments, and this was weekly, by the way, one of the assignments that we had that counted for a vast portion of our grade was to be assigned a typeface. And you, that week, had to basically provide an essay about why that typeface is historically significant. And there were several questions on the prompt.
Typeface, what's that?
Font? Typeface, like,
I was guessing font, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Almost every single time, I was given a typeface that had literally no information about it, because there was no historical significance behind that typeface, because almost no typefaces have historical significance aside from, like, Times New Roman. and others of that style because, you know, widely used everywhere. I was given one where the only information, I couldn't answer any of the questions. And I don't remember the name of the typeface because it was one that I had never even heard of before. The only information on the entire internet about this stupid fucking font was that the guy that invented it or developed, created it, did so because he was hard up for some woman and made it to impress her. And it didn't.
Just like some of those like some of those particular children's books for curious reasons.
That was literally it. It had his name, the name of the woman that he was trying to win over, and the fact that he was not ever married to that woman because apparently she didn't care about his shitty typeface that was literally very ugly. So I couldn't answer any of the questions, and I brought this up to that.
Oh, that was a grody shot.
Absolute bitch of a teacher that I had, and I said, "Hey, why the fuck do you keep giving me all of these that are bullshit, that have literally no information, are not important, and you ought to know, considering you're the fucking typography teacher, that there's no historical significance. I don't even think Garamond has historical significance." And she's like,
Oh, hi, thanks for
"Well,
checking in. I'm still a piece of
maybe you
garbage.
should take a class on how to do proper research." That was her response to me.
Oh, I got those responses in school.
I also had a hey, Destruction. Thank you for that stream streak. I also had a teacher who did perspective. Take me into a room for a private conversation about how I had no talent, would never pass his class, and would ultimately fail. And I gave him
something teachers should get.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I gave him the biggest middle finger on my final day when I walked out of his class with my C+, that he very begrudgingly gave me, because I put in the fucking work.
And he didn't. And if he didn't give you a C+, he would probably be arrested because it would be way too obvious that he's actually fucking you over.
He's arrested? No, that doesn't happen.
I'm sorry. I'm using German standards.
Yeah, no, that's just status quo over here.
I mean, you at least lose your license permanently, and because that looks ugly on the resume, we'll have to be a career burger flipper.
Yeah, no, if he had failed me, I would have had to take his class again, and I would have made his life a living hell.
I mean, I got a similar answer from one of my biology teachers. One assignment where there were two tests in my school career which had to be regraded, entirely regraded. One of them was a German language.
Whoops, those are the wrong ones.
a German language assignment, which was graded for a, I think a D. Yeah, I think it was a D plus. So basically, fuck up. We, the problem was it was so bang on the money of an assignment that the back then the old vice principal, because during my school career we got a new one, the old vice principal had to regrade it, and after that interrogated the German and the language teacher because his grading was removed from and I quote removed from any form of reality.
Gotta love that.
I got a B plus with the points that would be described as an A minus, because we don't have A minus over here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we don't. We just have A. Basically, we just have A, and then after that, all the subgrades come. So I got a 2 plus, but instead of a 1 minus, because we don't neither have a 1 minus nor a 1 plus. We just have one addition with additional notations in the file, and which would the additional notations would basically say something like, if I could give him more points, I would have done. Yeah, the old teacher, as it had turned out, the principal had messed with my assignment because guess what? Personal fuckery.
Mm.
And as a result, I had gotten this grotesquely undervalued grade at first. It was regraded. The vice principal completely overruled the principal's word here, and they had a firm talk in the. I was when I got the final grade. After that, I was able to hear them have a firm talk in the office. One of them at that point was significantly older than the other. The vice principal, shortly thereafter, also retired. From my impression, he didn't retire because he was retired. He retired because he didn't want to be a vice principal of that person, and he could retire at that point. So he just took his coat and left, which of course kind of made my life a little bit worse, but it made it more exciting. The other one was actually one of my of biology honors class, where I delivered another bang on the money, but that particular teacher just personally didn't like me very much. Also didn't like my particular answer, and I got basically a C plus. The next week thereafter, my original teacher was back because that particular teacher in the meantime was at the European Antarctic Research Station.
Oh, neat.
Yes. He just did things like that. He was a scientist as well. He was an Arctic scientist. I just went to him, literally just went to him, put my graded that graded thingy, fully graded thingy that was supposed to be my final, much of my final grade for that year. just put it on his desk and asked him whether I just calmly asked him, I don't really agree with this grade, and asked him about his opinion. He gave us, right at the start of class, I just went, after he was there, I just went up and had a talk with him in front of the class. He gave us a few tasks that we were supposed to do anyways. Read it, loudly said, "This is bullshit," and stamped it again. He did have to explain to the principal why this situation happened, because this created bureaucracy. But he was one of two normal teachers in the entire school that could just do this, and didn't exactly have to follow the pecking order. The other
I
one
remember
was
my high school years. Just a few teachers trying to fuck me over. Yeah, I didn't have any like that in high school. College, I did. What's up, Rion?
Hey, Rion. Welcome back. Him and I had been talking earlier. And chilling. Yeah, I also had a fun time because I think... Yeah, my year was the last year that still had 12 years of school. Right after mine, we went back to 13 years. In my 10th year, I resolved my bullying problem manually. And in the process also intimidated the, at that point, no longer new vice principal. Which made my grades suddenly shoot up.
Two birds, one stone.
We were fighting the school most of my school career through the school administration in the city of Arnsberg, which is responsible for my district. Because my mother is familiar with the legal speak, so she ran through that.
Gotcha.
But yeah, the much of the legislative hacking suddenly stopped when I did. Not legislative, the legal hacking and pecking suddenly ended when I resolved my bullying problem I had in school by taking the bully and throwing him through a very thick wooden door.
That'll do it.
Yeah, it was a single piece wooden door. I pulled it out of the out of a concrete wall with the wall anchors, and unfortunately did that. Apparently, on the other side was the vice principal. Instead of him giving me all the fire, I ended up. Yeah, I told him if we don't finally have peace and quiet between each other, we'd have a personal talk. I don't know. I find this particular part very funny because I don't know what I looked like at that day, but the person who was helping me in school handle all the paperwork and and keeping the bullying to a minimum, said she never wanted me to make that face again. She wanted me to bad English. She wanted me to never make that face again. I scared the shit out of her. So
there's a particular expression that one tends to get when doing extreme violence. Whether it's extreme on the violence scale or extreme on the exertion scale. Throwing somebody
Yeah.
through a door, you probably look like a crazy person.
Yeah, honestly.
Alright, what is going on here? This is
To be
not
that guy,
looking good.
to be fair, my particular bully at that time was about 5 inches or so taller than me and maybe 50 pounds heavier. I picked him up by the neck and threw him through the door. So
That'll do it.
you know, yeah, the violent part, yeah, probably. I did simply tell the vice prince. I didn't tell him much more. I just simply just said, we're going to be peaceful with each other, or we will have a private talk. That was word for word it. Right after I told my bully, if we have to do this game again, the door will be the softest part. And I do remember that particular day very particularly well. It was honestly the only time in my life where I applied full violence.
Yeah, I'd say that'd make for a memory.
Don't get violent.
Yeah, doing the fin funnels.
What about you? Ever having to put your school bully on his ass and make him piss himself?
Didn't have that experience, but I did have one particularly nasty day where I did have to pick up a person by the scruff of the shirt and put him up against a wall and threaten him because he punched me in the face while we were in the lunch line.
Bruh. Of all places, of all places to pick a fight, it's in the food court.
Yeah, and I had to do it.
Really?
I had to do it one-handed because my other hand was full of food. That we were in line. I was trying to get what I
Oh yeah,
needed,
that'll do it.
and looking back on it, I was actually kind of impressed with myself that I managed to lift him up.
Well, the human body at literally any point in time is capable of putting out enough strength to break your own bones. Even if you're the twinkiest twink to ever twink, it doesn't matter.
I'm sure you have your own terminology for that, but we like to call it hysterical strength.
We have something broadly similar.
I never found my bully, but I did find my best friend. So there's that.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I kind of found my best friend. He was having a bad day. I was having a bad day. I was fucking with him. I shouldn't have been fucking with him, but I was fucking with him. And then he decided to try and punch me, so I decided to bear hug him and knee him in the chest a few times.
Did you stay friends after that?
Yeah.
Of course you did.
He officially my wedding.
Gotta love that. That's
True friends are the ones where you can beat each other's faces in and afterwards have a beer. Also, Rion is currently sitting in the general chat. Ah, there he is.
I did notice that.
Oh, Jesus, let me your chat really quick now that I'm in here. Fuck. Hey.
Guten Tag.
Ooh.
Guten Tag,
And also Gluten Tag.
Rion, do you edit your backgrounds when you take these photos?
No, I have a term for it, and it was actually something my boyfriend came up with. I get a money shot sometimes when I'm taking these photos. So, to put that into preference, I use a white poster board. I try to get a brand new one and keep it as straight as possible. When it starts crinkling, it doesn't reflect as well. I use the shiny version facing up towards the 2 ring lights I use. Get them in a certain angle, and I get one pose and take like 5 shots of that pose, 5 shots of another pose, and I will get extremely lucky with one picture out of all those pictures, and I will crop it in case something happened that wasn't supposed to be in the photo. Maybe a corner's exposed of the poster board or something. Angle it and everything to just get the perfect angling. And like, okay, so you remember my Rosa picture, the very first one I posted?
I believe so.
So when it comes to photos, if I get extremely lucky with one photo, I will save that and use it as my point reference for everything. Like, it has to be a really, really good shot for me just to be like, damn.
Well, the reason I ask is because I have a photo booth, and it comes with different colored backgrounds, but a lot of the photos that I take, I feel like sometimes they need to be edited only because the how do I want to say this? Like, I'll get a reflection where the backdrop bends, and I'm not always so sure how to fix it and make it look natural.
So I kind of lean into that sometimes. A lot of the time I don't, because I get extremely lucky with the placement of my poster board doing this. And take this with a grain of salt. Like, I've seen your work. Like, dude, you actually do really fucking phenomenal photos. Like, mine looks subpar compared to yours sometimes.
I think yours are great, but thank you.
Like, okay, here's a photo I'll put up really quick. You can clearly see the shadowment of where the poster board is slightly bent. It's an old photo of Rosa from her first photo shoot. Not a great pose, great color payoff though. Hi, Bubba. I'm not streaming right now. Are you telling me what I think you're telling me? Okay.
Honestly? No, it doesn't really matter.
To me, it just looks like you have a clearly defined floor in a couple of areas, which is fine.
That and you also have to remember that shadows. You're working with a clear white background, which saturates the image extremely heavily. You have white. It swamps everything out and can overwhelm the viewer in such a way that the viewer doesn't register details anymore by not looking at it. Like, you're basically overloading the viewer.
Now,
too bright. Having these shadows, these shadows not just defines the space, but it also takes away this swamp and this blinding swamping out. It takes that away, and you're working with with something that is in a space and is not edited necessarily, which makes it easier to look at. Genuinely, it makes it easier to look at, because in the second picture you posted, I looked at longer than the first one because the first one has more white. I didn't look at it as long. It's too blinding, at least for me.
Which Amon is onto something really big there, because I have a lot of people telling me I need to not use a white background when I'm doing my photo shoots for my suits that have a lot of white, which is fair. Yeah. There's a huge problem though. If I use, and I'll post an example really quick. If I use any other color than white, most of the time they end up looking like this.
I actually
Like, you
really
can't
like that.
Give me a second. I have somebody here who can't drive their tank to save their own life.
I mean, there's a very obvious shadow
shadow.
on there, but it looks
That's
like
when I only had one ring light.
it looks like the background is modeled.
Yes.
Which is good. Like, it reminds me of the backdrops they used to use for school photos a little bit, but like that definitely has a place in this type of photography sometimes. I actually really like the composition of this photo because of those shadows. But if you look at the Instagram photo, the Instagram thing that I posted just above that, you see the banding that I'm talking about on my black background.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you how to get around that really quick, okay? Because this actually happened with the Finch when I was doing its first photo shoot. Give me a second, I gotta find it.
I hope you're not about to tell me to diffuse my light source, because it is diffused.
No, that's not what I'm gonna tell you at all.
Put some frosted glass on it.
No.
Oh, I like that with the blue one.
Give me a second, I just gotta find it. If I still have it, because
I'm gonna try that actually. I have a gray backdrop. Gray might be the solution.
Okay, I found it. So, your backdrop right there, that's behind the crab. I don't know what it's called. I can't say it right.
That's the Zagok.
Okay.
Crab is also acceptable. Everyone knows what you're talking about when you say the crab. Zoidberg is also acceptable.
Is that background gloss or matte?
It's more of a satin. It's plastic.
Okay. I'm gonna work with you here, and you're gonna either look at me like I'm fucking crazy or stupid. Both is acceptable.
Hopefully neither.
So you remember how I told you I use the gloss side of my white poster board to get the reflection I want for certain photos?
Yeah.
To bring certain colors to life?
Yeah.
You are having that exact same effect in that photo because there is a sheen to that. You're getting light from your light sources hitting it at such a brightness that the reflectiveness of the satin is bouncing onto your lens.
It
You're
could
seeing light hit light.
Yeah, it could also be just a flaw of the photo box itself, because the photo box is the entire inside of the box is foil covered, right? To get the reflectiveness. And then you have 2 LED strips on the top of the box with a diffuser that hangs over them. And it's a fully enclosed one, so I don't have any extra lights in there. But I'm wondering if black is just the wrong option. Because I have several different colors that came with it, but I haven't tried the gray. But looking at the last photo that you posted, gray actually looks really good against the white of a mobile suit. And the gray that you have on that suit doesn't get washed out in it either. But I might try that next time. Because I did the Zagok, the Yakushiki, and the Sandrock, all with that black background, and I had the same issues each time. But I didn't really mind it so much because you're not really meant to look at the background. It's just a backdrop, because they weren't photos. They're videos. It's the model's spinning on my turntable. But at the same time, I could avoid that entirely, I think, with the gray one. Because I get the same problem with the red backdrop. I've only used the red backdrop once, and I regret using it. I did it for the contrast. I used it for a customer that I did for a USA Gundam Store contest. It was the first contest I ever did. And it was one where we had to use a battle log kit. And I did a white, navy, and gold color scheme for the Perfect Strike Freedom. And yeah, should have used a different color, but I wanted the contrast between the white and blue and the gold versus the red. But then I also did the weapons in red, because I'm like, I need to do the weapons in a weird color, because the weapons on the regular strike are weird.
Hey, Kodiak and everyone, can I get some feedback really fast on something stupid?
Yes.
No, not stupid. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
We can help you with smart and stupid.
No, none of it's stupid.
Shit with this stuff. I don't know about that.
So, the Challenger.
Which one's that?
That's the
It's a
one
tank, yes.
Yes, totally. So
It is a tank.
Well, it might as well be too. I mean, I'm not saying that as a play on words, but I'm actually saying that, you know, with what I'm putting into detail on this build, it might as well be a tank with the actual tank.
The one with the blue sword? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had actually posted that before we got into the topic of photography to ask a pointed question.
Okay.
So that's the high grade version.
Okay.
Obviously, it doesn't have the solar panels and everything else I'm fucking doing to the master grade version. Should I change up, not change the green bit area locations, but change up the color palette to where it's got the colors of the Rising Freedom instead? Because I don't have a black, like a true black that I can use. I do have Brilliant Blue, that exact shade of Brilliant Blue. Should I swap the colors around a little bit and put less black this time and use the Rising Freedom color palette on this build, since it's going to have the Gundam X aspects again, just more in total?
You could. I don't dislike the color palette that you have currently.
I just really want to get this done, and I can't afford to get new paint, and I won't be able to for a long time. I'm literally just trying to run off of what I've got only.
Let me pull up the Rising Freedom, just so that I can look at them side by side.
Thinking about it right now, Rion. Every now and so often I see videos on YouTube about essentially poor builders builds. You know, like poor diver, poor hunter, poor raider. You know that concept?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't got no money.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just thinking, because I saw a video of someone building a model airplane and then painting it with acrylic paints. No, nothing else. Just it was, I think, for the entire thing, model airplane, paints and brushes were 10 quid, 10 pounds in total. Partially because the airplane itself and the tooling used for making the airplane is from the 60s. So,
Well, you can definitely get away with using those super cheap, like 50-cent craft paints. But you gotta figure out how to work them. I'm just gonna segue into this real quick. I'm looking at a picture of the high grade Rising Freedom. And I'm liking what I see because I like the freedom, I like this color palette. But then I see the fucking metal robot spirits version of the Rising Freedom, and the blue that they used on the metal build is so much fucking better. It's astounding.
That looks identical to Brilliant Blue.
Like the blue that you've got on the Challenger is pretty close to the blue that they have on the high grade.
Okay.
But look at this fucking color. It's insane.
A white base with the blue I have could easily do that, actually. Would take time, but I could easily do that.
I mean, this is definitely a metallic paint, but at the same time, like, I need to see if I can recreate this color with what I have, because I love this. Damn.
I just now realized with as little bit of primer as I have left and only one can of clear coat left, I'm not going to be able to finish all my work in progresses.
I just had a thought because I mean primer is primer. It's the thing you're putting on the raw plastic so that the remaining paint then sticks to it.
Yes.
Do you need to use modeling primer?
It's not modeling primer I use. So this is the great
In general,
thing
do you need? I just thought, could you use primer for car painting?
Honestly, you don't even need primer with what you're doing. You could get away with just hitting the whole part with a mid-grade sandpaper. You'll achieve the same thing and get the same finish.
I wish I still had sandpaper.
Because really, all the primer does is help with adhesion.
Right.
And
well,
sandpaper will do
also,
the same thing.
Weirdly enough, I also use the primer as a color corrector. Like if I want a darker red, I'll use a black prime base. If I want a lighter red, I'll use a white prime base.
Oh, not weird at all. That's like painting Gundams 101. That's perfect. But I mean, if I was thinking if you liked the colors that you're using as is, you wouldn't really need to worry about that. Honestly, if you can manage it with what you've got, I would go with the colorway that you have right now, only because what you have is a little bit more, it's a bit more exciting than what you have on the Rising Freedom. The Rising Freedom's colorway is kind of simplistic. It's really only 3 colors, whereas you have 4, but the way that they're organized is a little bit nicer. Like, I like the black that you've got on the legs.
I just had another thought. Paint theory again. Since theoretically primer is just a paint that's really good at sticking to smooth surfaces, particularly made for that, what if instead of correcting the red color by using a black primer, you put a drop of red primer into your black primer into your red paint, so it sticks a little better to the surface by itself and is corrected in color.
I wish I could do that, bud. The paint I use are rattle cans. Like, big ones.
The one big downside to rattle cans.
Yeah.
It fucking sucks because, like, you're 100% right. Like, that could work if I was using an airbrush or something different. Or if I was just sponge brushing this, which I thought about it. I thought about just going all in and just sponge brushing this whole build. But unlike what I did with the Doomslayer, sponge brushing does not work for me on Gundam models. It really fucking doesn't.
Why not? Does it not stick?
It stick.
Does it stick too well?
Do you have issues with texture?
Yes, literally that.
I'm going to tell you why I knew exactly what you were getting at. Mr. Krabs here.
Here comes Kodiak with the sage advice again.
Has some serious issues with texture.
Literally, that is what mine started looking like on the Valor when I was trying to sponge paint it onto there.
You don't want to see what's under here.
Oh no.
It's not the best. But yeah, you can kind of see right there as well. There's some obvious texturing. And I left it as is only because for this particular kit I had the thought, oh, it's almost like the texturing on tank paint. Just a little bit more subtle.
Right.
So I left it. But honestly, if I were doing a more clean build, I wouldn't be able to leave it that way.
And
What
you know how
tank for tank paint? Because usually they're smooth.
American tanks, bud. American tanks.
So
I got to touch some tanks in a museum, so I'm asking because usually they're about as smooth as the steel underneath, and that's it. It's not the paint that's texturing, unless you're talking about Simmerit for World War II German tanks. That would be something you would want to do with texturing, because believe it or not, that was glue and sawdust. That entire texture in real life.
There's cast steel armor plates and anti-slip coatings. Typically applied with stippling brushes to get the texture to look right.
Yeah, cast steel always has a bit of a texture. I was mostly looking at rolled homogeneous.
Yeah, that's what I've seen quite a few videos on.
Good, I'm putting it into the art channel because because tanks are pieces of art.
Valid. But yeah, I've watched tons of videos on painting tanks to get ideas for different paint methods, and one of the ones that I came across was somebody specifically simulating that texture for the cast iron and for the anti-slip coating. And I thought it was really interesting.
Give me a brief second. I'm going to test something really quick.
Okay.
Just bear with you.
I'm trying to find the what. Yep, I found it. I found 2 good images. There we go. Look at this.
Let's see if this actually fucking works or not.
Yes,
What is
this
it?
one and that one. I posted 2 images of actual tanks in the art channel.
Yes, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, the number 1 has Zimmerit on it. It's not an anti-slip coating, it's an anti-magnetic mine coating. Because Hitler was afraid of limpet mines on tanks. And that's what that was for. It was literally a paste made with few chemicals, mostly glue and sawdust actually, put on that. On later tanks they completely left that out because the threat of limpet mines wasn't actually a thing at all. You would normally not be able to get close enough, and most countries were not using limpet mines in the first place for anything other than bunker destruction. They wouldn't use them for Hitler didn't know it, but Britain and France didn't have shape-charged limpet mines. Limpet mines are magnetic bombs you put on something.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them.
Yes, they didn't actually have shape charges for that. They just had bombs, and the bombs were, well, they were large, but they were entirely designed for fortification destruction, like blasting open a door and shit. And that's also why I posted the second image, which is actually the tank to the left of the tank in the first image. You can literally see the tank in the first image, in the second image to the right. You can see that little thing.
Yeah, I can see the barrel.
The first one is a Jagdpanzer IV, which is mid-war, roughly 1942. We have a Panzerjäger 5 Jagdpanther in the second image. That's a 1944 construction thingy, and that thing has no Zimmerit. As you can see on its side, you can see the sun shine in. That thing is smooth as glass, or as smooth as you can get it. You know.
Or as smooth as a baby bottom.
Yeah, for example. I would call it differently, but yes. No, seriously, texturing is not... It's not that bad. Sometimes it depends on what you're trying to do with it, whether you want to have a certain look. Otherwise, flat glooping it on, so long as you don't have any drips and tears forming. You know.
I do honestly think, though, I used Vallejo for the Zagok. I do honestly think if I could get my my ratios for thinning the Kaleido properly for hand painting, I think I could do better. So at some point, I may do another sponge build.
Note to self, Citadel does not go on properly.
Citadel paint, as far as I have heard from a different model painter, Citadel paints are really wonky. They're generally made for Warhammer miniatures, specifically the plastic they use for that and nothing else.
I actually did okay using the Citadel to do the Doomslayer for like the wash and the darkening of the colors and stuff. That worked.
But for example, what I mean is, for example, if you're painting a miniature for a World of Warcraft character, a Warcraft model, the plastic will be different, and it will be wonky. Will not want to.
Tested color theory at the moment.
Citadel is more of a hand paint. Also, it's
that too. They're very traditional in that regard.
Yeah, I only have one pot of Citadel paint. and it's one of the golds, one of the more flashy kind of gold. And I actually purchased it solely for the Perfect Strike Freedom that I was talking about before, just so that I could put it on the eyes.
Another issue I have using makeup sponges, certain ones out of my packaging I got eat the paint.
Aren't they supposed to do that?
Some are
Eating
just
it and not spitting
too.
it back out.
Some are just too absorbent.
Uh,
So I used these when I did it.
actually, thinking about it,
I got these off of Amazon.
if they're too absorbent, are you sure you're not having a sponge that is just designed to absorb it? You said you were using makeup sponges, and I would think that if you drench that in thinner, you're supposed to then use the sponge to soak up the makeup instead of wiping it off.
You would think.
That's just my idea, you know. Like, it's a makeup sponge. It's soaking it up. Maybe it's supposed to do that. And you're accidentally using the wrong sponge.
I also wasn't using thinner when I did mine.
Same.
I was using water.
It's probably why the Doomslayer turned out so well for me, was because I was using a wet palette with a bunch of Citadel and Vallejo paints, which, as amazing as that turned out, I was shocked myself.
Well, Vallejo, unless you're specifically using Mecha Game Air or one of the other air varieties of their paint, it's also specifically formulated for hand painting.
So I do have the Vallejo model color, which I thought that would be fine using a makeup sponge.
Should be. That's what I used. Yeah.
Which, weird enough, I actually just had a nice little payoff just with the little experiment I just did. But I don't have Vallejo in blue. And when I tried to do that shit before, with Vallejo blue on a master grade, we went through the entire bottle just trying to do the arms. Literally just the arms.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, that's the big downside to hobby paints, is they generally come in very small bottles.
Very low quantity in the bottle, it feels like.
And if you're sponge
That
painting,
makes me think.
you're gonna waste a lot of paint.
Though. Small bottles. That makes me think. How about? Hear me out. How about chemistry?
I mean, very important in painting, but chemistry in what way?
Differently. How about, instead of the paint, you get a pigment that looks the way you want it to, meaning, for example, custom paints, and you're just making yourself your paint with the solvent, with the particular solvent the pigment is using instead, like water-based, oil-based, solvent, whatever chemical solvent-based, and because small tubs, how can you solve small tubs? Not using small tubs. You make your own paint.
The problem there is if you're only using a solvent and a pigment.
For example, I'm not familiar with how to make paint in itself, but I was just thinking, why buy expensive paint in small tubs if you buy expensive paint in really large tub and then have more paint?
Well, the main reason you can do that, but the main reason that you might not want to is because if you are only using a solvent or water if it's water based, and pigment is you are going to need to go through a lot of trial and error to get your ratios down, because you're not going to have an emulsifier.
Yeah, that is correct.
The emulsifier is the hard thing to get.
Yes, emulsifier and stabilizers and chemicals to make sure it doesn't rub off. So
yeah, I mean, generally, you don't really need that, all of that stuff. But like, you need an acrylic emulsifier if you're going to use acrylic, and I can't just go to Hobby Lobby and buy one of those. They don't have that.
Yeah, that is true. Although I mean that might be a European luxury again, but you can generally buy these online legally at specialist vendors.
Yeah.
In the US, those are a kind of a luxury as well. As bad as that sounds, I know that sounds absolutely terrible.
Oh no, it depends on your area too. Like, I'm lucky I have this very small amount of hobby
Bless you.
Thank you. Hobby style stores that I have.
Well, it's like Lincoln. When I lived up there, I was blessed to have a hobby town 5 minutes from my house, and then another one 2 hours or almost 2 hours away in Omaha. So like, I was severely blessed. Now I'm down here in Alabama. I have Jack Diddley Squat, except a Hobby Lobby just 5 minutes from my house that doesn't have Jack Diddley Squat, pretty much. And I'm blessed because you guys remember how it took me so long to finish the Finch because I didn't have clear coat and that was all I needed. Had Joe not bought me the clear coat, I would not have been able to finish the fucking Finch. Bless that man for buying me fucking clear coat, for God's sake. Like, as bad as that fucking sounds, it was the only reason I could finish that Gundam.
And honestly, that's my point, because hobby stores in that case should be, well, yeah, they are inevitably going to be less populated, but I sure hope so. You can find a painter supply store a little bit closer, because somewhere you're supposed the construction places are supposed to get the supplies from. Especially if you're having small companies, they're not always ordering massive bulks. You might just run to a store like construction supplies, fucking Home Depot, and buy more paint for the current project, or you are depending on what is going on, you have a dedicated paint store. For example, in my city, in the inner city, there is literally a dedicated paint store. They only sell paint, but they sell paint for modeling and construction and everything else. They're all about paint. They even have it in bags as pigment. They have solvents, they have everything. That's why I was, and that's why I was suggesting that, because,
Yeah, I'm wondering if you could get to a Guy Rees or like Sherwin-Williams or something and do that.
Well, see, Sherwin-Williams was going to be the example that I was going to make. I can't just go down to a Sherwin-Williams, buy some paint from them, and then paint my models with it, because the pigment, Sherwin-Williams is a company that makes paint specifically for homes. Like, you can paint the outside of your house with their paint, you can paint the inside of your house with their paint. But I'm not going to be able to, no matter how much I thin it, I'm not going to be able to squeeze that paint through a 0.5 needle airbrush, because the pigment particles are just too large.
yeah.
Same with like an auto paint.
I need to go walk my dog really quick. He's booping about really badly.
Okay.
And you'll have a problem with Thicnator doing its thing. But that's why I was suggesting paint and bag, because Yeah, house paint. Of course, you wouldn't be able to use house paint, but you can order the paint you need. My thought is just there's always a way to do it. There's possibly always a way to do it cheaper.
So the cheapest way, feasibly, honestly, would be to go to literally any craft store, even like a Hobby Lobby, and buy craft paint. And making sure that you're not buying the latex-based craft paint,
God, no.
because God help you if you scratch it.
Yeah.
The entire coat will just lift away. But like deco and folk art, you can easily paint a model with those, even hand painting, as long as you thin them properly, and get good results. Like, I have... Is it still in here?
You just reminded me. I watched a video of someone actually managing to going to their local craft store and managing to get a custom paint mix, house paint mix in Toyota Corolla.
That's hilarious. So I have these
and then
right
they
here.
and then they went took that can of paint and literally painted a really, really sunburned roller. They were taking a roller to a roller and putting it on a roller. And the color of it was roller. It was all just rollers.
Neons you showed on Discord a while ago were full cart. Yeah, exactly. Even those cheap full cart ones will work. So these Master's Touch paints, these are literally just acrylic squeeze tubes. But thin these down with a little bit of distilled water and even using a little bit of Vallejo's flow improver. And I mean, these things they're gorgeous. That's why I bought them, because like the pigments in these are phenomenal looking. I haven't actually used them yet. Actually, I used one of them as a test. Let me see if I still have the spoon. I might have thrown it away.
Unsolicited RimWorld colony update. It has turned out. I have by accident discovered that one of my mods very favorably interacts with one of the base game power generators. In such a way that I can literally just plumb its waste output via piping into other places instead of having to use a fiddly workaround. So I'm currently hollowing out a mountain and stuffing it full of these generators, fixing my power situation, because I'm honestly, if I would be my colony probably would need the average real-world nuclear power plant to keep the lights on. We have a lot of power draw.
So this spoon, that's that purple from that Master's Touch. Obviously with no primer and with all of the impurities on these spoons, sometimes you get these horrible splotches. But this is an amazing color. It's almost a color shift. Like there's a lot of blue in there. But like, I want to use this paint for something at some point. And it's fairly resistant too once it cures. Like, I'm going at it with my fingernail, and it's not scratching. Like, it's actually impressive how good this is once it cures. And you wouldn't think that from Master's Touch, because it's like, I'm actually trying to scratch it, and I can't with my thumbnail. This stuff I'm going to use at some point, because I have several colors, and with an acrylic paint this durable, yeah. Yeah, that that's airbrushed, right, Shadow? The leg? Yeah. The coat that you have in that purple, it looks completely smooth. It looks perfect.
I returned
And
with the Galapagos pudding.
and that's deco art. Like, deco art is not known for like quality in modeling, but that looks like you did it with model paint. So you can definitely get away with the cheap options. Shadow.
How'd she do that? Was that airbrush or sponge or brush?
That's airbrush, but that's with just regular deco art craft paint that you can get at any craft store.
See, and this, you guys understand when I say I can't afford a single thing. Like, you guys get that. Other people's like, why not? Why not? It's this cheap. It's this cheap.
Well, my question always is why not? Because I don't have the frame of reference that well.
Yeah, for me, it's every penny is the difference between me overdrafting my bank account and affording my meds, or saving up to go to the doctor for my treatment.
I mean, yeah, I know, but
That's why I have 3 max credit cards.
I can't get approved for one.
I can't afford things either. I know what you mean. Almost all of this kit is being done with deco art paints, and I'm sure it's going to look fucking fantastic when it's done, even with the use of deco art paints, because all you really need is good thinning ratios.
Also, Amon, I owe you a hug and a chicken McNug.
I don't quite know for what, but okay.
You are an amazing potato.
Thank you.
If it does quench the mind, though, I did just realize something. And perhaps Amon might have the history buff on this. I'm not sure.
Oh no.
Probably.
We'll see.
Give me a moment. I need to get my point reference book out and probably get one of my damn books out on my shelf really quick. I know the Northern Highlands were settled by people coming over from the Norway, Sweden areas.
The
southern areas were conquered by Rome, which was
most of the Scottish area was inhabited by Gaelic peoples, Picts, Scots, various Gaels. Yes. The Isles, though, have a touch of Norway on them.
Here's what I don't get, though.
What?
Where did they come from originally? Because I know the Vikings came over, and the Picts were pretty much wiped out, and so were the Gaelics when Britannia became a thing. So this is my beckoning calling question. Who came down where to Germany? Or up to Germany?
Historically, it's regarding Germany. Believe it or not, the current German peoples are mostly from eastern. The origin is both somewhere in northern Sweden and in western Ukraine. No relation to the Ukrainians, because all the people that make the Ukrainians have moved there a long time ago. You know those you know those particular people that Rome was fighting with Hamilcar, Barbar, and the Phoenicians?
Yes.
Shortly after the Phoenicians got wiped out, a particular group of German people, I don't quite know what the name was, went all the way from up here into North Africa and created the Mamluks.
I ain't proud of them. What
Yes.
is,
All of North Africa and Europe have been for about 10,000 years in a circle migration.
What gets me is the Northern Highlands and everything, where the Gaelics, the Picts, the Highlands, and everything, and the Vorks. Oh, they all live there, but the Vikings came over, start pushing south, and what's left of fucking the Britannians became the Anglo-Saxons, and then it starts going into
showed up there as well. Yes.
Aye. Which fucking beckons the question: who the fuck's the only original race on the Isle then?
The Cornwallis had been knocked out. Theoretically, it would be the Old Irish,
which came down from Scotland and ended up on the Isle of Ireland.
Yes, but the Danish and Norwegian influence is mostly in the eastern part.
Bacon.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the raid.
Bacon?
Bacon beer can.
Hello there.
Let me.
We're currently talking history. Again.
Let me get rid of your tab, since it's no longer you.
Theoretically, the original people
is Relina's base. I'm all about that base.
The British Isles would be the Irish.
There are some pegs involved here, because she will be standing.
Some bumfuck in Scotland.
Okay.
I always figured she did the pegging.
Orkney.
Yo, is that Relina?
Dude, what? I just saw the Queen.
There would also be the Isle of Man,
which is in the center umbrella between the isles.
The Welsh.
Thank you for doing the shout out.
One northeastern part of Northumbria.
Good so far.
I don't know. They have a pretty thick dialect up in Northumbria in one specific.
All right, Coco, you have a good night.
You're doing good, buddy.
You can't understand a thing there. Oh, good night.
Now, if you really want to fucking not be able to understand it, then if you go north of Edinburgh, all the way up to Aberdeen, and as well as Fazbreg, if you really want to go freaking lose your mind, go to Wick. For God's sake.
Yeah.
Bacon?
Although there's
like,
one people.
Looking like I'm going to the tree. Start hitting us. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm getting this tree. Oh my god, is the creeper coming? Oh man, run for your life.
The Brythonic people, specifically, of France.
Good.
They are, they're Gaels. They're Gaelic. They are, they're the same, they're the same overarching old culture group as Irish, Scottish, Welsh.
So we're working on the fin funnels. I've got
There's 6 of them.
Quite a bit already cut out and organized for paint session. But
Cody, I kind of need to ask you on that real quick. What the heck were you just using to hold your paint holders?
This is actually packing foam from the box from the chair that I'm currently sitting on. Because the Secret Lab chairs come with some very nice sturdy foam. So I just took the blocks and just started putting holes in it.
You know what? You know where you could
It's
source
like
that?
1, 2,
generally?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 10 fused layers of polyfoam.
You know what? You know what makes me that? What makes me think of that? What that makes me think of actually?
What's that?
You know that green, green, really hard foam that you sometimes use for other modeling.
It's also very commonly used for shoving fake flowers into.
Yes, that
hate
specific
that stuff.
foam. That specific foam. Yes.
Mm.
I would be buying that. I think you sometimes can get it at garden stores. Yes. Floor foam. Yes.
Yeah, you can get it at most hobby stores. I actually, for shipping out, well, actually, I could just show you. For shipping out my commissions, I have gone out and bought polyfoam, which is the kind of foam that you use if you are going to fill like a couch cushion. So what I'm going to do, you can notice that it's inside of the Wing Gundam box. I'm going to place the Wing Gundam here and the accessories around, trace them out, and then cut out a spot for them to sit in. Because this is fairly thick. This is about 3.5, 4 inches thick, and have them sit in there, so they'll be nice and safe during shipping. Even though I'm gonna wrap the absolute fuck out of these boxes with bubble wrap, I'm gonna be doing that for pretty much every build that I do that's gonna get shipped out. But here is the new Hainu Gundam in its current state without a head, because I've been requested to do the head last. Honestly, the shield is my favorite part.
Head last, assuming that that's normally not the case, that makes me think that for the head there is some finicky thing, some finicky idea that needs to be done last, otherwise it's not gonna work.
No. Nom Nom basically told me that he does the head last on every build as a finishing touch.
Okay.
There are some builds where it has you do the torso and the head first. And then there are other builds which go in the order that I prefer, which is legs, waist, torso, arms, head, and then backpack and accessories. Thank you very much, guys. And anybody joining in from the raid, if you are not familiar with me, my name is Kodiak, and I build and paint on stream. Got my booth right next to me. And this is a Hainu commission build. My second commission. The first I haven't shipped out yet, so I have it right here to show you. Which is the TV Wing Gundam in a high gloss finish with probably about 150 water slide decals at least.
Ooh, lots of decals.
Um,
All of the decals.
almost all of the decals. Almost all of them. I think I left about 30 decals.
I assume because you just didn't want to do anymore.
I mean, look at how many decals are on that leg. You can only do so many decals before it just gets too busy and starts looking weird. But that one is for Seamus, and Seamus said, make it look like it's sponsored. It's a sponsored NASCAR. Like, load that shit up. Do as many decals as humanly possible. So it's the most decals I've ever done.
You don't want to do that again.
I actually don't really mind it all that much because the decals that I was using are good. Surprisingly, the worst decals that I've ever used are Tamiya's.
Oh, I mean, from the YouTube videos, there are some particular decals, especially from Italy, that can be really dodgy for all but the very specific models.
I mean, people give Bandai shit about their decals, but I actually like Bandai's decals. But I hope to never have to use Tamiya's decals ever again. Oh, by the way, Bacon, I apologize. I completely forgot to ask because I did have your stream up, but I didn't get the chance to actually watch it. What were you working on today? Because I literally started streaming the moment that I sat down and got all of my tabs up and got my camera situated. So I've had quite a few people tabbed up, but I haven't had the opportunity to watch anybody today. Galahad, a Chinese girl claw. Oh, neat. Oh yeah, I did see that you were working on a girl claw. That's right too. I didn't see which one it was or anything. I actually have to get a couple of other tabs up because people have rotated. And actually, there was only one other builder that I was missing.
Cosmic is currently building.
I know it. He's working on the Fat Cat RX-78, and the color scheme that he's doing is really, really nice. Bacon, thank you for the follow. I thought you were already following me. But I guess not.
Apparently not. Not that it matters now.
Actually, now that I look back at chat, this is the first time you've chatted in my stream before. I think based on when I've watched you, I think our schedules don't normally line up. Because I stream what Einar likes to call degen hours. Because for me it's actually 1:21 in the morning. I usually stream Oh yeah, I'm in all the Discords. But yeah, I'm happy to have you. forgot what I was saying. It's late, and it's late, and the ADHD is kicking in. Right, my schedule. I normally stream from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. unless I can manage to somehow get on early. Like today, where I started around 10. Yesterday I started at, well, I meant to start at 8 yesterday. I got the go-ahead to stream early, but I had a lot of cleanup work to do before I started. My airbrush needed some significant maintenance. I don't usually stay up this late unless it's the weekend. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was gonna say what I was saying before. I don't really think our schedules align very often because I stream at such a weird hour. There are some nights where I actually end up with nobody to raid out to. Which is always a little disappointing when it happens, but...
Oh, yeah, it's a potato.
How dare.
Gotta keep you alive somehow.
But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this build.
Damn. You guys are not the only ones that seem to think the Rising Freedom palette wouldn't be so bad. Had one person comment say, hey, it would almost look like the Gundam Artemis almost. I'm like, no. So I got a reference photo to the Artemis, and they're not wrong. The Artemis actually has the exact color palette of the Rising Freedom, minus a few key details. But
something that I'm thinking of.
Would not be easy or hard to change up a few details to make it better.
Oh, that's from Gundam Breaker Mobile.
Yep. And it turns into the Ares and the Helios.
Oh, that's where the Helios comes from?
Yep, it starts out as the Artemis, turns into the Ares, which is, in my opinion, way fucking better looking than the Helios.
Oh, yeah. Alright, Bacon, well, you have yourself a great night, and thank you again for that raid. I really appreciate it.
I'm also making the fucking Ares.
I will do my best.
Destiny.
Oh, yeah. I will do my best to take care of your community. And I do appreciate you.
Don't worry, people. We have cheesecake for you. Don't feel bad.
Don't promise them that. I ate it all.
Then you have
The construction of the mega generator room is going along nicely. I had to rearrange it a little bit because maintenance would otherwise be impossible.
Are you talking about RimWorld?
Yes, RimWorld, of course.
I was about to say, it sounds like he's playing Space Engineers. If he is, I'm going to kidnap him.
Space Engineers.
No, I'm not fond of that game. It just doesn't click with me.
Rion, kidnapping is a crime.
I am Hylian. I do what I want, as long as it's within reason. That does mean I eat at KFC buffets regularly.
Bless.
Blood yourself, you chicken nugget.
Well, at some point, as a quest reward, my colony acquired a radioisotope thermal generator, or RTG, which is literally just a stick of uranium heating up an engine made of glass. And that is driving a generator.
That sounds easy to break.
It's meant for space travel or providing power to. If you build the casing properly, it's impossible to break realistically, except for the actual dynamo itself. Because the reason why it's an engine made of glass is because friction and the lack thereof. Glass is one of the few substances, because it's a crystal. You can relatively easily these days make it in such a way where it's hermetically perfectly sealed. Meaning that, for example, a bottle and its plug slide past each other so tightly that not even an electron fits in between the atoms. You stick it in, and it's a perfect seal. And that's what this machine does. You have literally just a stick of enriched uranium, and you have a so-called Stirling engine. It's an engine that uses heat without internal combustion by having literally a flask of gas, usually helium, constantly expand and contract again under heat cycle, and it's in glass because the glass doesn't really do anything under heat until it melts. It gets soft, but these things don't get hot enough for the glass to ever get soft. And because you can make it hermetically sealed, you can quite literally make a piston out of glass. That helium in the cylinder never escapes, is always under heat cycle, and the piston just slides back and forth with next to no friction. Because it's essentially hovering on the electron clouds themselves. It's fascinating at what you can do with silicon dioxide or quartz glass. And that then is tied to a small dynamo. Older satellites, especially Soviet satellites, use RTGs to be powered, although some military satellites these days still do. NASA was developing an RTG running on plutonium, though with the end of the space shuttle program, there was no longer the money to afford themselves plutonium to do the research. They had to completely redesign the RTG design to run on uranium, which needs tweaks. The ESA is currently also working on their own design, copying a bunch from NASA for an RTG with uranium. The ESA has, in that sense, it a lot easier because we have domestic in the sense of European Union. We produce uranium in the EU, so getting uranium isn't that difficult for research. And to tell you where the uranium comes from, there is one small uranium mine in Hungary, I think. There is one in Sweden, northern Sweden. Like everything is in northern Sweden, all kinds of metals are there. It's all glacial deposits. There is one in the mountains of Slovenia, I think. Or one deposit, but it's not tapped. There are large uranium mines in Romania. That's practically where all of the uranium we use comes from. Either that or Canada. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the American uranium rush?
Oh, the uranium fever. In the 50s?
So, because Americans were so used to, you know, trying to strike it rich with gold from, you know, the gold rush days, the government paid people to go on to government, you know, government owned and sanctioned areas where they had uranium deposits, and it was a very wildly popular thing for people to go out and do, because uranium paid about the same, if not more, than gold at the time. And the government just decided not to tell people how dangerous it was.
Classic.
In fact, I recently learned that it used to be recommended to irradiate your drinking water. We actually have
It depends on how you do it.
these wonderful devices made of concrete, where they would basically take a uranium core, coat it in concrete, or radium, coat it in concrete, and then drop it into a gigantic jug of drinking water, leave it overnight, and then they were told, make sure you drink 5 to 7 glasses a day of this water to enjoy the benefits of radiation in your drinking water.
I mean, theoretically, yes, no, it's not necessarily a bad idea, but that shit is snake oil.
Also,
because
highly radioactive. Like,
it's not that big. It's depending on how you do it. It's pretty normal, because
I mean, not radium.
It's completely irrelevant what you're using. In that regard, it's completely irrelevant. All you're looking for is the gamma radiation, because you would be using this radiation to sterilize the water. That's it. That's why I'm calling this snake oil, because the radiation itself wouldn't. It's how, for example, this is how onions are being prepared for long-term storage these days. You blast them with a bunch of X-ray, and that kills the germ in it, so they don't shoot out. They still do. If you put them in the right conditions, they will just reactivate out of being dead. It's an onion. You can just do that. It's just that they last a lot longer. They don't spoil as easily because of all the spores and shit that's in the onion between the layers is killed off. You would also be, if you, for example, want to sterilize drinking water, and for example, if we have over here a problem with our drinking water, in the at the water plant, they would, for example, blast it with chlorine and even more ozone than we're already using. They would also be turning on X-ray machines to just bombard the water as it goes by. So yeah. The concept of irradiating your water is sensible in the sense that you are sterilizing it. But you either need to use a machine a radiation generator by bombarding a specific metal with specific metal atoms with electron radiation by creating essentially you're creating a diode. You're just having a big ass diode, but it's built slightly differently, and then it generates shitloads of gamma radiation. That's how you make X-ray imaging.
Right. So outright consuming.
It's
something that is simply
irradiating the water either with a radiation source that is hermetically sealed off from the water. It's not that big of a problem.
I mean, it's concrete. There's nothing hermetic about concrete. That's incredibly porous. Like,
that's correct.
Whatever was inside of the concrete would be leaching into that water instantly. But like,
not necessarily instantly, but over time, yes.
We also had a lot of
I'm
issues.
just being pedantic right now. It's the method. You would be able to do this if you would be first sealing the radiation source in glass. Again, glass, because glass is hermetic. It is perfect hermetic. So if you would be sealing it in glass, you can just drop the glass container in there. It's gonna do a shitload of gamma radiation, but okay, it's not gonna leach into the water. Congratulations, Your water has been irradiated.
So they were very lax back then.
Well, stupid. It's stupid. It's a dumb idea.
Yeah, they're very lax back then with regulations about radioactive materials, leading into, I mean, a lot of people died from radiation exposure because of that, homemade irradiated water source. Because literally, like I said, concrete is porous, incredibly so. But also, people didn't seem to either care or understand how dangerous radium itself is. There's actually a wonderful documentary about that called The Radium Girls.
Yeah, I'm currently looking for a specific YouTube video as an example for for exactly what you're talking about, because the very first reactor disaster in history, which was a British one, I'll just search UK reactor fire because it should give it.
Well, the Radium Girls documentary is an interesting one. Simply because
wind scale. It's called wind scale. I was correct with wind. The wind scale Britain's Chernobyl. The wind scale disaster. Where it was an air-cooled reactor. I think your alarm bells should go off already.
Yeah, no, instantly.
Yeah, it was an air-cooled reactor that was supposed to breed plutonium for weapons development.
Yeah, air cooling and plutonium, lovely.
Yes, it was almost safe actually with how they were running it. It was just under failure, horrific. During operation, almost safe. The surprising part of it all.
Well, you know what they say about almost. Horseshoes and hand grenades.
It's not so surprising that it was safe during normal operation because of its history and the utter stubbornness of its chief engineer. I do remember actually the name of that dude. Cockcroft's Windscale was basically just two boxes with chimneys. The chief engineer, a man named by the name of Cockcroft, last name. He was the dude who was overseeing the construction of this plant. And he had a change made and he was pressing it through against every single person who was telling him to fuck off. And as a result, Cockcroft's Folly was born. He had active carbon filters put into the chimneys. They would be filtering the exhaust fumes. 98% of the, I think 98 or 99% of the pollution created by the Windscale disaster got stuck in those fucking filters, and it still was a massive disaster. Theoretically, if those filters wouldn't be there, most of Europe today would still be either still massively importing food or be uninhabitable. The UK would be uninhabitable entirely. That's how much radioactive material was put out by that. They had to slaughter basically all cattle in the middle of England, and no milk was allowed to be consumed from there for months and months and months. But thanks to Cockcroft's Folly, it was just that. Instead of Britain is now a nuclear exclusion zone. If you thought Chernobyl or Kishtin were a problem, Windscale was the first nuclear disaster, theoretically. Well, it wasn't the first nuclear, but it was the first large-scale nuclear disaster, because we had several prior during the development of the first bomb. But it was the first Category 7.
Lovely
First
thing
big
to
one,
have trial and
Category
error
7
on.
right away. I'll just give you the video. Plainly Difficult makes some really spanking videos. I'll put. Where could I even put that video? Where could I put it? There's no media channel here.
There's a YouTube and other videos channel.
No, that's not. General Games Channel, Going Live, Pet Central, Meme Cave, Art. Oh, no. There it is.
YouTube and other vids.
I managed to skip it. Oopsies.
Here
you go.
But yeah, what I was saying before, if you've never seen it, there is a lovely documentary called Radium Girls, which shows
made a video on that one as well.
Yeah. Shows how horrible radium really was, because we used to use radium in the production of illuminant paint for watch and clock faces, or hands rather.
Not just that, uranium as well.
Right, but radium was the big one, because that's what they were specifically using in the factory where all of these people got sick and eventually died, because they never explained to them how toxic radium is to your body. And they were literally using paint to paint these clock hands, and very common for you to wet the tip of your brush with your tongue and or lips.
Yeah.
So they were ingesting directly these large amounts of radium from these paints, not knowing that it was killing them.
Oh, I just remembered. Which channel was it? This reminds me of a specific a video about a specific disease that is unique to one specific bay in Japan. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's both an extreme and unique form of heavy metal poison, because Let me just be incredibly filterless. If there's one thing that exists, corruption in Japan after the war was something as unique as the Japanese culture itself. Because holy fuck. Not just after, before, until relatively recently, I'd say in general, corruption in Japan, holy fuck. Not the amount of it, but just what would happen.
Type.
And because it was about a company that was producing fertilizer, and I think fertilizer. They were producing chemical compounds. It was a chemical company, and they were just venting their wastewater directly into the bay. And over their operation for that point, like 40 years, they had put so much, I think, cadmium as well, so much lead into the bay, that the sludge at the coast, the coastal areas, were so saturated with heavy metals that it was feasible for mining. It was feasible for lucrative mining, and they actually started to mine those heavy metals as well. They got a mining license for the bay and were mining their own waste.
Horrifying.
They produced so much. Yes, absolutely horrifying. It's and as a result, it created a unique form of also hereditary heavy metal poisoning. Yes, you can make make heavy metal poisoning a hereditary genetic disorder. They managed to figure that out, how to do that. You don't need to be poisoned with heavy metal to have heavy metal poisoning. Completely ludicrous. And it was a disease that would kick in about age 30 or so. It would kick in age 30, 40. It would kick in, and within a few months you would be dead. Your nervous system would just deteriorate.
Also horrifying.
Yes, completely horrifying, and that's why I was saying corruption in Japan, corruption and the combination of corruption and the Japanese culture in itself, just what the fuck? Because a lot of the recovery efforts and just the efforts to even figure out what the hell was going on with the bay and the people there were hampered by this chemical company being a large provider of workforce. As a result, the people were bullying their neighbors, even if they knew that the people got sick. It would be bullying their neighbors to not, because it would be damaging the company and therefore their own jobs. Even if the people were dying, save face at all costs. And that's why I'm saying what the fuck, because this
sounds like America.
No, way, seriously. I'm very certain if you guys would have that in America, you would be still hearing about that in schools in history class, about American history.
Oh, you'd be surprised how much of our history is not taught in schools. You would be honestly surprised.
I'm not surprised.
Like you literally have
learned a lot of history in the meantime through other means that aren't school. I'm not surprised.
You literally have to make it to college to actually learn what happened when Christopher Columbus got here.
A lot of bad things.
Oh, a lot, but they don't tell you any of that. They tell you, oh, yeah, They learned how to grow corn.
You know
And
what?
that's
You
how
know
the
what?
first Thanksgiving happened. No, smallpox is how the first Thanksgiving happened, actually.
That too. You know what? You know what also is often forgotten. I'm just gonna. It's not necessarily meant as a stab, but it's gonna be a stab anyways.
It's fine.
America should be saying thank you, France, a little bit more often.
I concur with that statement. There's just a slight problem, and you know that.
I know. Still, America should be saying thank you, France, for more often, especially every single Independence Day. France ruined its entire economy for you to be free. And to spite the British, of course. That's always necessary. If they can spite the British, they need to. But
see, we can admit that. That's the problem. We know that. When you try and explain that to them, the reaction you get is, well, they should have got good.
Wait, we had 1848 because of the. We had 1848 in Europe because of the. Because we decided, among other things, 1848. We decided. Yes, I know there's a time span in between, but it all started with America wanting to be free.
What you're
France
referring
then
to
deciding to,
is not taught in our regular school curriculums where I am.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Just weirdly enough, about that, Kodiak, they taught that in my 12th grade world history, and anytime I bring it up to anyone else, they swear up and down that's not really a thing. Like, they act like I'm crazy.
Because it's not taught generally. Unless you get to until you get to college, if you're lucky, if you have a college professor that wants to talk about it.
The fact that America was able to trade during the War of Independence was because France was harassing the British ships a lot, allowing a lot of blockade runners to come to get through. The Continental Army was funded by France in part. You guys were using a lot of French weapons, clothes, and food. A lot of other things.
We single-handedly destroyed Britain's entire economy by dumping out all their tea.
Yeah, totally how that worked.
That's basically what we're taught.
And here's the weird thing. Here's the one thing. And
I just remembered something. The other day, Darkinifel, he's a naval historiographer, put out a video specifically talking about ships participating in the Great British Campaign Against Slavery.
It's not something I've ever heard of.
The British spent 20 years or so eradicating the slave trade.
News to me. Good on them, but it's news to me.
I gotta find the videos. It was literally in the Royal Navy. It was literally orders for the Royal Navy find slave ships, capture them, and say no, and set the slaves free, and arrest the slavers, because the reasoning they were using, I'm going to abbreviate here, but the reasoning they were using is slavery has never been allowed in the home islands. It was allowed in the colonies, though. It was not allowed. This all developed because one of those colony slaves managed to flee to the home islands, the British Isles, and was supposed to be returned to the colony because escaped slave. He was able to have court rule him to set him free because he is a British citizen on the Isles. There is no slavery. He cannot be returned. We don't allow that. And that set in motion really heavily abbreviating. That set in motion a chain of events from abolitionists where they slowly managed to push Parliament and the Royal Navy to literally actively fight and hunt down slave traders.
Nice.
A lot of them. French. They were bullying the Portuguese and the Spanish. A lot. They were also politics was interfering with this a lot, but this, of course, these videos are from the side of the ships themselves and the history of the ships, but also naval history in itself, which in this case would be relevant because ship transports slave, you know. They didn't have air travel. But here's the thing. The Royal Navy actively had orders to hunt down these slave trade ships. First French ones, and then they went further overboard until eventually they said, if you are in line of sight and we think you're carrying slaves, you are a target. It doesn't matter if you're an ally. We're going to deal with you. They basically suffocated it that way because it was more. Firstly, it was, of course, it was political pressure. They were putting more and more political pressure out because the Royal Navy was pissing off other countries. So the government had to deal with it. Over time, it was suffocated, yes, and they were pissing off the US a lot. Trust me, there was a lot of that.
Mm.
Yeah, I gotta find it. The War of 1812 and so on. The entire bit. Okay, you just tickled my ass, Boris. One moment, please. Kinifil. He's a British historiographer with, I think, Spanish roots. Yes, here it is. Here, I've got the first of the. He's making more videos, but this is basically a jam-packed one, 46 minutes. It's titled Britain's Anti-Slavery Campaign in the West Africa Squadron, 1780 to 1820. They were starting to do this right after your independence. There you go. And they were fighting the Dutch, the US, the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the French. Basically, all of the world's economy in the process. I just find it fascinating. What did the British do? They had a few landmark court cases, and from there, politics decided that, yeah, we're going to use our influence and our power to put our thoughts into practice a lot across the world. It's gonna take a while. They did. Hey, it's not taught in school. That's why I'm throwing it out. It's not a snide at anyone, though. Not meant to like that either. I just find history's fascinating.
Yeah, especially when you actually get to learn the real history. Instead of the hyper watered down stuff that we get in our public schools.
Oh, I'm pretty sure this is watered down as well. You can go on for days.
Yeah.
About the details, but that specific video, I do have particular respect for this historian. He does put in the work. He just has particularly good access to especially English and Spanish sources because he is familiar with the Spanish language. Bless you.
Thank you. I really wish I wasn't cursed with coughs that sound like sneezes.
It's a keys. Then.
A snoff.
Oh,
a snoff or a keys. Yeah.
At least it's not a snuff keys. That would be. It's like sneezing. It's not like sneezing, and then it's like you sneeze, and then you realize you had a wet fart.
Terrible.
Exactly. Right. Now that I've thoroughly killed the conversation, let's talk gunpla. When I talk about history, especially history that people don't learn or don't want to hear, the conversation is about to end.
Jalapenos pudding. On that notation,
I don't know what that is.
You said Galapagos weird. With a J.
Yeah, that's me making the silence break in my brain. Weirdly enough, when it comes to history of gunpla, from what we know and what there is of versus reality, think of it like this: Universal Century. What is it? Literally the Revolutionary War Space Edition with flavor of World War II. That's all it is. That's all every retelling of Gundam ever is it not? Colonies want liberation from authoritarianism. And
not all.
Into a Nazi party.
Not all of them. Some of them are more fixated on other so take 00 for example.
So explain it.
A good portion of 00 is about hyper-terrorism and child soldiers, but it's not the same flavor of war as the Universal Century. G Gundam is a perfect example of a Gundam show that's not really up to the same flavor, because basically the point of G Gundam is a gigantic tournament in the place of wars that determines what country rules over humanity for a year.
Hunger Games, essentially.
But Earth itself is like a giant shithole. All of the quote-unquote Neo countries have moved into hyper-specific space colonies that are actually outright ridiculous. Like Neo America has a replica of the Statue of Liberty that can fire a colony-destroying laser.
Of course. That sounds very American.
And we know it's a replica because the real one's still on Earth, and Domon actually destroys what's left of it because he hid his Gundam in there. And it basically crumbled to dust when he called the Gundam out, which was just absurdly shocking and hilarious. And the Statue of Liberty in that setting itself looked about the same as how it did in the original Planet of the Apes.
I mean, why didn't he make the Statue of Liberty a Gundam then? Why did he hide it in there instead of just making it one?
Well,
wouldn't that be more American?
Oh no, the American Gundam is a boxer that's also a football player.
1980s. 1980s America, where football and boxing was everything.
It also has 2 pistols.
Because
sounds like someone was designing it about the same way as the very first instance of space, the Space Marines, with their built-in cool sunglasses.
Neo Mexico had the Tequila Gundam, which is wildly popular in the United States, but not as popular in Japan, which is why Bandai refuses to make a model kit of it.
And that's what you got. Why you got Chinese counterfeits?
The Netherlands had Nether Gundam, which is
why do the Netherlands have their own colony?
Because every country has their own. Every single one.
Germany too?
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm more happy with that.
The Nether Gundam is basically a Gundam that is wearing a house, and that house has a windmill on the front of it because it's just a windmill. It's actually originally, when you first see it, it is surrounded by actual windmills. Let me show you the Nether Gundam because it is as stupid and amazing simultaneously.
Is it wearing wooden shoes?
No. Well,
okay, it's not Dutch enough then.
Well,
let's feed off this really quick while you're looking up Nether Gundam really quick. Let me fill you in. I'm on.
It sort of is. Oh my god.
Neo Germany's Gundam actually plays a critical role in season 2 of G Gundam.
Take a look at the stream.
Hero, actually.
Nice. All right, where is it? Where is the Clogger Gundam? Where is it? Is it in Meme Cave? Is it?
Oh no! Look at my stream.
Your stream. One moment.
Yeah.
There is your stream. Oh motherfucker!
Look at those feet and tell me that they're not shaped exactly like clogs. I never noticed it until just now.
Those are fucking Crocs. Those
I
are wooden Crocs.
I never noticed it until just now. But yeah, look at this. Exactly what I was talking about. It is in a field of
yeah. I just saw that as well. That's why the why.
There he is.
Why?
Camouflage.
I mean, yeah, kind of. Urban camouflage. Okay.
Let's see. Neo German Gundam. Because I don't remember. Oh yeah, it's the Spiegel. We talked about this one.
Spiegel?
Spiegel.
Oh, Spiegel.
Spiegel. It's a ninja. Oh yeah, I did talk to you about this because it's piloted by Schwartz Bruder, who is
which is known as Shadow Gundam,
which is secretly the main character's missing brother.
That is.
But it's really not a secret to anybody except Omon.
You know what that looks like? That looks like the most Japanese a Japanese can draw a German. Seriously.
Oh, I need to show you the Maxter Gundam.
The what?
Oh God.
The Maxter. It's called the Maxter. Maxter Gundam.
Oh God! Don't forget to show him Neo France.
Yes.
Does it smell of faintly of cheese and wine?
So this is the pilot.
Yeah. I
Chibody Crockett. Chibody not American at all, but Crockett is in Davy Crockett. Yeah. But here is
no. I know what Chibody is referring to. Jiminy.
It could be.
Jiminy Cricket.
His name is
God.
Yeah, his name is Jimmy Crockett or Jiminy Cricket.
Well, Crockett is in Davy Crockett. I wouldn't go the cricket route,
but still, his name is Jimmy Crockett.
So we have the Maxter Gundam in its football attire.
Yeah.
So literally a football helmet.
Yeah.
Right. But the shoulders turn into boxing gloves.
And he's having a bare chest.
And he has nipples. They're indented, but still. So Domon's Shining Gundam and God Gundam, called Burning Gundam for the American release, are martial artists' suits. So he does hand-to-hand fighting. So Chibity pulls out the boxing gloves to fight him. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh, and those are Chibity's fangirls. His literal gaggle of women that are all in love with him.
Of course.
Basically.
What's
And those
special
are
about-
those are his
So
two
you said-
pistols.
you said
Because
the
he's also a
German-
cowboy.
So you said for some reason the German Gundam needs to be a ninja?
Oh, he just is.
Why?
Gundam? This video
I
is
mean, yeah,
private.
but
Oh,
still,
come on.
Why? Why Germany and ninja? Why?
Look at
What-
that
why?
helmet. Look at the
Yes.
shape of that helmet.
That is.
That's how you know
what
it's German.
You know
See,
what
look.
that actually looks like?
Ninja.
Specifically? No.
See?
Yes, it's
Shadow
German.
clones.
Yes, it's German, but specifically, this looks like a 1980s firefighter helmet, specifically.
Yeah. It can also go invisible, which is why it's
Why?
because it's a ninja.
Yeah, but why a ninja?
Of
all the things.
and it also does this.
Oh, okay. So to help you understand, Amon, Shin Gundam is meant to be stupid. It's literally making fun of every anime of that era, plus Gundam.
They are literally fighting in this scene in a gigantic cage of barbed wire, which I think might be electrified.
Yes.
Oh, it also shoots
Why
nets.
not give it? Why not?
And the
give
nets
German
have-
Gundam then a massive fuck of cannon.
It also fires a net that has kunai on each of the ends, because Japan is obsessed with Germany. So
That's
they
what-
made
yes, I know.
a ninja, but German.
Oh, I just had it. With that one image, show that one image of the face again that you just showed.
This one?
A little bit earlier. No, of the face, directly front on. Yeah, that one. You know what what? You know that one anime, in that one super ultraviolet anime that came out around about that time as well. That's basically the design guide for every depiction of fascism, authoritarianism, and basically also the Wolfenstein games, the design of the Nazi outfits.
Mm.
You don't. Oh, what's the name of that fucking anime? Because it's literally Japanese Nazi super soldiers. What you see all over the place. I don't remember the name of it, but this reminds me specifically of that.
The
That
only
one
anime that I
definitely
know,
without that.
the only anime I know that specifically has Nazis in it is that vampire one.
Not Nazis, but so incredibly inspired it could be a knockoff, and it just looks like they took the new Wolfenstein trilogy 50 years in the past or 40 years in the past and made it then. That's what the design of these suits looks like.
See, you can tell that he's from Germany because of his clothing.
Yeah, I know. It's completely bananas. There is not even a single hint of it, except the fucking helmet of the Gundam.
Well, I mean, the colors.
Is that Neu Germany, not Neo Germany?
What? No, it's Neo.
Ugh.
And
Yeah, I
all of
know,
the countries have Neo in front of them. But yeah, it's the colors of the flag. That's how you know.
Yeah, and you know what's the worst of it all? It's not the correct coloration. This is Belgium. He's wearing a
mean,
Belgian flag.
Japan.
I'm going to be pissy here. No. The black is not dark and the black is not dark enough. It needs to be charcoal.
Tequila Gundam.
Let me find the fucking anime real quick. What am I supposed to even Google for that?
I have no idea. But this is the Tequila Gundam. He has a green mustache.
A Nazi anime or something? Nail my Google searches.
He has a green mustache and cactus arms.
Yeah.
Not tequila. Not
This-
fucking tequila.
This
What
Rion despises
What
this
the fuck?
Gundam.
What the fuck? He has a sombrero.
He sure does. This is probably the most popular Gundam in the entire show, as far as the United States is concerned.
He's wearing cowboy boots.
He sure is. And he has cactus arms and a mustache.
Shoulder pad. Does the pilot go I all the time or what?
No.
It's not good enough then.
The pilot of the Tequila Gundam is this guy.
Actually has a really sad story.
He does. He's actually very sympathetic. Oh, and also the top of the sombrero that you find out is actually a turbine, because it's an aquatic mobile suit, and he uses a beam trident. But yeah, he looks more Native American than anything.
They made an Aquaman knockoff.
He looks more Native American than he does Mexican, but...
Yeah, a Native American Aquaman.
Chico Rodriguez, that's his name. Look at the logo that he has on his chest for Neo Mexico.
He looks like he's representing a brand of nacho chips.
It's an M with the sombrero on it.
Honestly, he looks like the mascot of a nacho chips brand.
He looks...
Yes, show me Neo Frogland, please.
Ah, yes, the Rose Gundam.
Of course, it's a Rose Gundam.
Not
They
like
completely lost the plot when they made Neo Germany and not made it look like a brick with a cannon.
That would be Neo Russia technically when you think about it like that.
No, of course it is.
So...
yeah, thanks, Napoleon Gundam.
He's Napoleon.
That's not just Napoleon.
He's also a matador.
Of course he is. Not just that. That looks mostly like somebody who took a
Those are the rose
Imperial.
bits.
Of course.
He flips out the cape. Let me see if there's a picture of him doing it.
French matador.
Piloted by George Dasson.
Nope, there's not a
George
picture of
from
him
the
doing it.
Son?
Dasson.
That's his last name.
So basically, underneath the...
Oh,
there. There.
Nice.
Oh, that's the Eiffel Tower. It's all fucked up because all of the national landmarks in G Gundam are destroyed. But yeah, he flips up that cape that he's got on his shoulder, and all of the rose bits come out, and they basically fly around and shoot lasers. Also, he's got his beam rapier as his main weapon, because he's also a fencer.
Honestly, Kodiak, that Gundam looks like it's piloted by an elf. Incredibly hoity-toity. It looks incredibly hoity-toity and nose up.
You don't say.
Yep.
Yep.
I just saw his name. He is basically named George with sand on it in between his cheeks. Basically. What the fuck? Why? Yeah.
Yeah.
What
is it? The Blitz Gundam? Is that what it's called? No, it's not Blitz. What's Neo Russia's? Bolt Gundam. Here we go. Big chunky boy. With his,
I know what that is.
With his Ushanka, of course.
Yes, with an Ushanka. Yes,
Mhm.
that. You know what that is? That's an Imperial Russian guard, right there in his winter coat. Basically, he is definitely a brick shithouse.
Oh yeah, he's basically the tank of the group. And his weapon is a gigantic ball on a chain, because the pilot is a prisoner when you first meet him. This is the pilot.
Of course he is.
Argo Golsky. Never ever takes those off. Those big manacles, by the way. He wears them for the entire show. Yeah. Oh, this guy. This guy. Let me show you the most hated Gundam in all of G Gundam.
Is that a Scottish?
No.
What is he?
Russian.
No, not Argo.
Argo Goski, he was in Russia.
Yeah, no. We were looking at the guy next to him. Yeah.
Oh no.
What the fuck is that?
That's the Mermaid Gundam.
Known pilots Hans Holger. Is this supposed to be a German Gundam?
No.
That name is very certainly German. Known pilots Captain Lotus Hans Holger.
Neo Denmark.
That is taking the piss.
The guy that was next to the Bolt Gundam looks like he should be the pilot of this, because he looks like a sea captain, which is what reminded me. This little shit is the one that pilots the Mermaid Gundam. But yeah, this is by and large the most hated Gundam in G Gundam, and it turns into this.
Why?
Because it
Again,
can.
why?
Because it can. And I did not hate this Gundam.
They could have just made a Viking Gundam and it would have been kick-ass.
See, I didn't hate this Gundam quite so much until somebody made me realize that because the Gundam's head is in the fish's mouth, the Gundam is basically that parasite that latches on and replaces the fish's tongue.
Yes.
Now I hate it.
That and also extremely limited sensory range.
It can see behind it just fine.
Yeah, theoretically, but I'm just like, what?
I almost forgot about Neo Spain.
They lost the plot.
No, this is exactly the plot.
Not the Tauros Gundam.
The Matador Gundam.
Some of them still had some design, and then they just passed around the ether-soaked rags and figured something out. This looks like a Gundam made at 4 in the afternoon on a Friday.
I feel like this is a fever dream. Oh yeah, this is G Gundam.
G Gundam is literally a nightmare.
Neo Canada, the Lumber Gundam, piloted by the man who is actually a lumberjack, who looks like a sea captain to me, Andrew Graham. This is the Lumber Gundam. It's got axes on its arms.
Yeah.
Honestly, out of all of the ones that he looks like me, I don't think so, but thank you. Out of all the ones that we've seen, I think this is the most practical. But yeah, Andrew Graham, pretty cool guy. I think actually, if I remember correctly, he's a complete asshole. But right, the axes come out and can be handheld. Forgot about that.
They could have given that to the Danish one if they wanted to be more ridiculous.
Canada versus Russia.
Of course.
What's the Alright, no, you have a good night.
No, I'm not. I will. YouTube will give me a video with with footage from that anime as background eventually again.
Here's Neo Italy's Gundam. This is the This is the Neros Gundam.
Of course it is. It honestly, it looks like it should be playing the theme of the Pizza Time minigame of the Spider-Man 2 game on the GameCube. All the time. Also, that is not an Italian Gundam. That's a Greek Gundam.
It's Roman.
The helmet looks way too Greek.
No, it's Roman.
No, otherwise that would be sideways. Otherwise, that's a Hellenic helmet.
Did by Michelob Chariot. Oh yeah, Gentle Chapman. I forgot about Gentle Chapman. A very distinguished
Is
man.
that the? Yeah, yup, New England.
Neo Britain.
Oh my God! You know what he looks like? Zoom in.
Zoom. Enhance.
Zoom. Enhance the image. Freddie Mercury. If he had gotten a little bit older.
Neo England.
Neo Britain,
Yes.
yeah.
If Freddie Mercury wouldn't have gotten AIDS, there you go.
Trying to find the John Bull Gundam.
Yes, of course.
This looks more like Russian to me, but
No. That's That is very definitely English. The hat does mean it's
He's
English.
literally wearing old school traditional Queen's.
Oh yeah, Queen's Guard hat. Yeah. You're right.
Kodiak, remember I told you about Beacon and stuff a while ago?
About what?
Beacon Academy.
Possibly yes.
People that go to Beacon and excel through all the ranks and end up serving in military and achieve Ruby rank get the opportunity to be elected for Queen's Guard for an event if the Queen and royal family pass through that area for a sovereign reason.
Almond, would you like to guess?
At this point?
Almond, would you like to guess where this Gundam is from?
No.
This is Neo Kenya.
I mean, yeah. For once it was relatively obvious. It looks like the Zulu.
I love it when the animation.
But I'm pretty sure that Gundam is in permanent rivalry with the English guy.
The pilot of that Gundam also wears zebra attire.
Why?
I don't know.
They make a Kenya Gundam, but at the same time the pilot is not. Why?
Japan.
Yes, still, but why is he not black?
I mean, he is.
No, he's not. He's looking like a Floridian cop with a handlebar mustache in a silly outfit. He's just tanned. That's not black.
Honest to God, I'm surprised it doesn't have a pizza for a shield. Oh, for the Italy Gundam.
Seriously, if you're taking this much piss that you need buckets for it, go the whole hog, please.
This is literally just called Gundam Zebra, by the way. It doesn't have a very clever name at all.
Yeah, I can tell.
Ah, the Zeus Gundam from Neo Greece. I almost forgot about the Zeus. Piloted by Romario Monini.
That's not Zeus, that's Helios.
Wait, no, this is Neo Portugal. Ah, yes, the Jester. I don't know why he showed up where the pilot for that particular Gundam should have been.
I'm not going to debate on that.
This is, yeah, Neo Portugal. Now, out of all the ones that I've shown you, we haven't gotten kits of any of them except for the main ones, which were the Rose Gundam, the Bolt Gundam, the Spiegel Gundam, because they're the
popular in Japan.
Well, no, because they're the main characters. But for whatever reason, we recently did get this one as a model kit. Neo Nepal's Mandor Gundam, which, depending on where you're looking, is either Mandor or a Mandala or a Mandar, or nobody knows how to say it. But this thing is silly, because it's basically a Junkyo bell.
Yes.
So, even though it's from Neo Nepal, it's more Japanese than most of the other ones.
It's
because
crazy
it's a Junkyo Bell.
how many marks they hit correctly on the correct stuff and how much they got wrong everywhere fucking else.
And this is its asshole of a pilot.
Who turns into an actual pretty awesome dude at the end, apparently.
Yeah, he's fine. He's blind.
Oh god, wait. Did you show him Noble?
Oh, the Noble Gundam. Neo Sweden.
Come on, I'm so sorry.
Basically has Sailor Moon. This is my favorite character's Gundam.
Well, of course it is.
Um,
It's Sailor Moon after all.
no, it's specifically not.
You sure?
Yeah.
Bro.
This is the Noble Gundam's pilot, Alan B. Beardsley.
And then she ends up getting a monster of a fucking suit that is nightmare fucking fuel.
Well, no, she only ever has the Noble. Walter.
There's buddies, there's pals. Yeah. You always seem to work things out. Can't you see you're two of a kind? Looking for every time.
Oh yeah, this stupid thing. Yeah, I've got it up so you can see it. When the wonderful Goof Group is done.
Now give me a beat. Report to the
Yeah. So this is the stupid thing that Alan B pilots at some point, which when it unfolds, it looks like this. I literally forgot about this thing because it's so stupid.
Nightmare fucking fuel for children.
No, that's German. That's German children's tales.
The hell is that thing?
The Super Noble Gundam?
Never saw that before. The fuck
Neither
is that?
have I. Oh,
the
those
Sailor Moon, but more.
those are the wing thingies from the God Gundam.
When did she get that thing?
Featured in the manga adaptation of Mobile Fighter G Gundam.
The fuck?
Manga only.
Oh, great. So another wing kind of thing.
But the Noble Gundam has Berserk mode.
Of course it does.
Because Alan B is a victim of horrifying mind control.
Not only that, experimental DG cell stuff given to them by Neo Japan.
Yeah, they do some pretty horrible things to her, but she has a laser whip.
Of course she does.
Game ribbon.
Honestly, she should be blonde because Neo's Sweden, but I'm kind of fine that she has blue hair because
That's turquoise.
she's
It's
like
even worse.
she's like that's what she looks like when she gets all mind control-y from the DG cells and the mind control.
It's
wonder that damn shit didn't kill her like it did everyone else.
I mean, main character plot, secondary main character plot armor. But also, like, oh, there's a good picture of Psycho Mode.
So was she supposed to get with Domon before they shipped him with Rain out of nowhere?
It was never out of nowhere. Him and Rain were always semi together. I preferred Allenby because she's fucking awesome. And because we got this amazing scene.
Let's do it, Domon K.
Okay, let's finish this.
This hand of mine is burning red. Its loud roar tells me
To grasp victory! We're so sorry! Erupting!
double.
Burning!
That just looks evil on
And now,
not necessarily the character needs to be evil, but just like it
Which
looks
version?
evil.
Like straight up, which version?
Okay, so we have the Master Gundam.
Fucking anime is still in my head. I want to know which one it is because you look at it and it just looks.
Oh yes, Master
just
Gundam,
looks
also known as the Owl. Hoot hoot, motherfucker. I still want to do a custom with the Astray and the fucking Master Gundam. I need to buy a second Astray so I can make that happen.
Oh, this has development history? Developed from the Kowloon Gundam. Oh yeah, this was Master Asia's original Gundam.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. Thanks, YouTube. I don't need that. God fucking damn it.
When Master Asia was a good guy, and then when he got corrupted by the DG cells, he modified it into the Master Gundam, which, you know, pretty evil looking. However, the main antagonist of the show literally called the Devil Gundam.
I found the anime. It's after a Gundam. But yes, I found the anime.
What is it called?
General.
Ah, okay. I've heard of that, I think.
Yes, General. That one. The one that just looks on site like all like they just knocked that off for the Killzone series.
Oh yes, the first time we ever saw titties on a woman in an anime in America.
I mean, it's like she's wearing a bodysuit. It's not like you see anything. But yeah, the Devil Gundam steals Rain and does horrific shit like this.
Well, that's when it died. But I still don't understand why it literally like got bigger when it went to Neo Japan. Why was it only after it left Earth it got that big?
I'm pretty sure it absorbed a ton of material. Because its end goal was this.
To get to Earth.
No, to consume Earth. Devil Gundam, which was originally labeled the Ultimate Gundam and not meant to be evil, is actually horrifying.
Didn't it originally have some sort of machinery that it was supposed to replant the seeds of life to heal the earth?
It was literally designed to undo the destruction of the earth. And I'm kind of surprised that they don't have
That a sumo wrestler.
picture of let's see.
The only time we ever see a Gundam have a face for a face.
Quite literally, one of the reasons why the Devil Gundam is so terrifying is that you do not get to stop piloting it or its drones, even if you die. Case in point, this lovely image.
What again?
This is what the Devil Gundam does to you while you pilot it.
Oh.
Yep.
Why am I 40k?
So not even death frees you from piloting this Gundam.
Oh, so they were literally taking the piss out of Warhammer 40k, because that is very 40k right there.
When did Warhammer
from the
40k
start
come
of
out?
the- 84, 85? First iteration, Rogue Trader.
Wasn't
They
G
started.
Gundam
They started.
88?
They started writing it in the late 70s.
94. So, very possibly.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That would be second or third edition, actually.
Oh yeah. A couple of people have made their own Tequila Gundams since.
I cannot stand
Hopefully
Tequila
never gonna
Gundam.
get one.
Burn it with fucking fire. Just like the windmill.
What about the What about the Daniel spec Tequila Gundam? Do you like this one a little better? It's a cowboy now.
No.
No.
I would rather somebody take the Spigel or the Master Gundam and stick it to an Astray and call it good.
And it has a banjo.
Still, I will say the scenes I was thinking of were from the movie for the for Jinro. It's specifically Jinro Wolf Brigade. There you go. And it's one of the last movies drawn entirely by hand. It looks really good. They drew it by hand, and it looks like it. Like somebody, like a lot of people did a so crushing amount of effort to make it look very good.
Art is pain, after all.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna head to bed. I don't want to risk keeping Joe up. He's got work tomorrow.
Alright.
I was supposed to go to bed a while ago, but G Gundam.
Right. I am hoping to figure out what the fuck happened to my HUD effects tomorrow, because they worked just fine this morning when I set them up, and then when I went to stream, they were broken. So I completely took them off. But the sound effects are working, so that's a start.
Well, I do hope you're able to figure it out.
Indeed. I want to work on the tall case more and the Challenger. But as long as it's not pouring the rain tomorrow, I at least have something to look forward to. Have a great day, guys.
Night, dude.
Good night. Fuck it, I'm going to give you in DM specifically this video. Oh, Seamus is in the waiting room.
Oh, let me
Here you go. Your
I'll wrap it real quick.
your DMs have been invaded by a music video of a song
Seamus.
Painted Black.
Hey.
With scenes from
So I'm back from the hospital.
Welcome back.
How did it go?
Second and third degree burns all over my leg.
Jesus.
Probably a good time to put down the e-cigarette or vape or whatever it was.
It wasn't the vape that blew up. It was just one of the batteries.
I mean, yeah, still.
It was loose in my pocket with a bunch of pocket change.
I shorted. Great.
But I'll take that over the cigarettes.
Not the first time I've heard of one of those batteries turning into a mini fireball.
It really is lovely how much energy you can cram into lithium, despite lithium being one of the less efficient elements to use for this kind of stuff. It's really fascinating. You could just triple the energy output if you're cramming aluminium in it instead.
Hold on, this might boot me out. I can't find this chat, and I need to adjust my chat volume. But it still says I'm in waiting room.
Maybe it's going to boot you in instead?
I mean, you're definitely not in the waiting room, but...
Right.
The only person that has any technical access to this channel is me.
Shit.
The power warriors of my colony have been solved. We have way too much of it now again. Time to waste some.
Hopefully it says I'm in the right chat now.
Okay, with what defenses should
What chat are you in?
This is a private room.
Probably
You won't.
why it won't let me see it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm the only one that has any technical access to this channel. You won't be able to see it.
No. Technical access to on the Discord server is different from what I'm doing. On the PlayStation, it has an ability. It has a option to prioritize what chat I'm in for volume over the game. It's completely separate from Discord. It's just something in the. It lowers the volume of the game so I can hear you better.
I want to build.
But I'm gonna have to do it manually. Or just wait until this round's over in like 30 seconds.
Screw it.
What's wrong?
Doing that instead.
Screech. Alright, now I can actually hear you.
Don't throw away your pillow. Alright, I'm gonna have to call it here because my son just woke up and he is miserable.
Oh no!
And I'm not about to
where I can hear you.
subject anyone to listening to him scream. So, I'm well past my stop time anyway. So, I was supposed to stop an hour ago.
Good night. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm starting to notice this trend whenever I pop into the chat. No, probably more often than that, but
Well, I also shouldn't be up at 3 a.m. But yeah, I normally would raid out, but because he's streaming, I'm going to just end. And I hope everyone has a good night. But
Actually, Cosmic is still streaming.
Yeah, I will. Alright, I'll raid Cosmic. I'm just gonna have you tell him that I had to go.
Gotcha.
That way I can still pass people off to a builder. But I'll be back tomorrow to finish this and start painting. So everyone have a good night. Thank you for hanging out with me.
Okay. And